Hello and welcome. In this video series, we will learn to code in Java from scratch. I am going to assume that you are a complete beginner while teaching you the concepts. There are also exercises at the end of each topic to test your understanding. Alright? So let us start learning Java. Now, Java is a popular programming language. It has been one of the most popular programming languages for many years. Java is used to develop desktop apps, games, web apps, mobile apps, and much more. Okay? So, in this day and age, it is crucial to have the knowledge of Java. Alright? Now, for you to code in Java, you need to install few softwares. But as you are a beginner, I do not want you to go through the process of installing them. And so, we will learn to code using an online compiler. Alright? So, I am going to go to the desktop and show you how to start. Alright, in your web browser, go to google.com and search for one compiler and then go to the first result. When you load up the website, it loads the Java compiler by default. Okay, so what you see here is a Java compiler. So let me delete this and let me delete this too. So basically, we will be writing our Java programs on the left side here, and on the right side here is where we will be seeing the result of our program. Okay. So throughout this video series, we will be using this website to run our programs. Okay. Now, let us start with the program itself. Java programs have this, or this is the basic syntax or structure of a Java program. I am not going to go and explain each and every one of this and confuse you. As you are a beginner, if I explain all these now, it will confuse you and it will make you close this website and stop learning Java, which I do not want. I will explain these in later lessons when it really matters. Okay? For now, just know that this is the basic structure. Okay? And between this and this is the code that we want to execute. Okay, so whatever we want to execute or our program goes between this and this bracket. Okay, curly braces. I call it as flower bracket. I'll call it as curly braces too. All right. Now, I want to print this out. I want to print this out, or I want to have this as the output of my program. How do I do it? To do that, we have to use this piece of code. Okay, so let me write it. So it is system. Okay, system. S should be capital. If it is small, you'll get an error. So system dot out. Okay, out dot print, print. Okay, so this is what we use to print something, and inside brackets and inside quotes is what the data should be. So I want my first program as output, and so inside the double quotes I need to type my first program. Okay, And now when I run it, I'll get an error. Now this is a common error that you get, and this is because I have not used a colon to end the instruction. Okay, so you need to use a colon at the end of each instruction. This is like the period or the full stop that we use in English, okay, at the end of each sentence. So this is required. So now let me run it, and you can see I have my first program as the output, or whatever is inside the codes is the output. So let me change here. Let me say hello there, and let me run it, and you can see I have hello there as output. Let me change this to small. So it is small s system out print, and when I run it, I get an error saying compilation failed. Okay. Now you can see the error, but I do not want to go into this right now. But just know that S must be capital. Okay, S must be capital. So inside curly brackets or curly braces, flower brackets, I have typed in this, which is my program, okay, or my instruction. And for printing, we use system.out.print. Now, what is this system? What is this out? What is this print? We'll talk about it in later lesson. Okay. Now, let me proceed. I want to print this. I want to print exactly like this. So let us do that. So what do I want? 100/50. So inside the brackets, I need to say 100/50. And when I run this, I get 100/50 as output. Alright. So whatever is inside the codes will be printed out, or will be my output. Now let me delete the code. Let me delete the codes. Okay. And let me run it and see what I get. When I run it, I get 2 as result or output. Now what has happened here is Java has solved this expression and has given me the result. Okay. So 100/50 is nothing but 100 divided by 50. So 100 divided by 50 is 2. So Java has solved this expression and has given me 2 as a result. Okay. But if I have this in codes, Java will not solve this. It will print it out as it is. Okay. Now let me delete this and let me make it minus. So 100 minus 50. Let me run it to get 50. So Java evaluates this and gives the result. Whereas if I have 100 minus 50 inside quotes, and when I run it, it gives me 100 minus 50 as output. Okay. Now let me delete this and let me say hello there. Okay, hello there, without quotes. Without quotes, if I say hello there, I'll get an error. Okay, because this is not an expression and there is nothing to solve. So I'm getting an expression. We have to talk about data types too, but that comes later. For now, know that if you have any characters or letters without quotes, then it will give you an error. Okay, inside print. So if you want to print this out, then it should be in quotes. Okay. Yes. Next, I want to have this as output. I want my in first line, first in second line, program in third line. Okay. So let us try to get that. So I'll copy this. Okay. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. Here I'll say my Okay, and here I'll say first, and here I'll say program, all inside quotes. And now when I run it, I get an output like this. So my first program, all in the same line and without any space. Okay, so if you print it out like this, then you get like this. Okay, now what I want is this. Okay, so let me have it in small letters, F and P. Okay, yeah. To get the result output as this, we can use new line character. Okay, and it goes something like this. Alright, so backward slash n. So backward slash n means new line. It is saying Java to insert a new line after mine. Okay, so let me run it, and you can see I have mine, and in the new line I have the rest of the output. Okay, so after mine I have a new line. So let me cut this and paste it here. Okay, so let me run it, and I'll get same result. So it is either after mine or before first. So both will get you the same thing. Okay, now this is not what I want. I want program in next line. So I can have a new line character here, run it to get mine in one line, first in second line, program in third line. Or I can also cut this and paste it here. And let me run it to get the same result. Okay, so backslash n is used to insert a new line or to get something in new line. Okay, now instead of using backward slash n, we can say print ln2. Okay, so print ln, print ln, print ln. Print ln means print in a new line. Okay, so when I run this, I get the same result. Print ln instead of print gets you the result in a new line. So it is left to you. You can use backward slash n, or you can just use ln, print ln. So generally people use print ln because it is convenient. Okay, yes. Next, I want to get this. I want my in first line, first in second line, program in third line. But then I have these tabs, okay, or these spaces. So to get these spaces, we need to use backward slash t. Okay, backward slash t is like pressing tab on your keyboard. It inserts multiple spaces. Okay, so let me run this, and I can see I have a tab inserted before first. Okay, so backward slash t gets you this, and that is not it. I have program, and there are two tabs here. So for that we need to use backward slash t, backward slash t. So let me run it to get my first program like this. So backward slash t is used to insert a tab, backward slash n for new line. Alright, next I want to get this as output. So let us do that. Let me remove these two. Okay, and yeah, yes. So here inside bracket I'll say it's raining. Okay, it's raining, and when I run it, I get the same thing as the output. So no issues here. Next, I want to print this out. He said hi. Alright, so let us do that. Inside double quotes, I'll say he said and hi. Okay, he said and hi. So he said hi is what I want as output, and that is enclosed within quotes. Correct? So let me run it, and you can see I have an error, or I get an error. That is because Java treats this as beginning of the quote and this as beginning of the quote, and what is inside this and this should be printed out. Okay, it doesn't recognize, or it doesn't know what to do with all the things that come after this double quote. Okay, so it only treats this as the data that has to be printed, and it doesn't know what to do with these. Okay, and that is why you get an error like this. So we want Java to ignore this. Correct, we want Java to escape this or ignore this double quote, and to make it ignore this, we need to use a backward slash. So having a backward slash removes the special meaning of this double quote and treats it as normal. So we want Java to treat this as normal and this as normal. So we'll have one more backward slash before this quote. Okay, so now I'll run it to get he said hi as output, and you can notice that these two backward slashes are not printed out here. Okay, so but these two are printed out as is. So if you want to get something like this as output, you need to use backward slashes. Alright, now if you want to print a backward slash, what to do? So let me have this. I want to print backward slash. I want to have backward slash as output. So when I run it, I get an error because this backward slash removes the meaning of this, or the actual meaning of this, and treats it as normal, which is not what I want. So to get one backward slash as output, you need to use two backward slashes. So let me run it now to get one backward slash as output. So this backward slash removes the special meaning of backward slash, and what you get is one backward slash. Alright, now whatever I am saying may confuse you. I do not want to explain too much, but just know that if you want to print one backward slash, you need to type in two backward slashes. If you want to print two backward slashes, then you need to have 4 here. So let me run it to get 4. Okay, yes. Now I have an exercise. I hope you have understood whatever I have explained here. I have an exercise for you. I want you to get this as output. Okay, I want you to get this as result output. So pause the video and try to get this as result. Okay, because in next 5 seconds I'll be showing you the result, or I'll be showing you the program itself. Okay, so pause the screen and execute it. Okay, so here is the result, or here is the program, not result, I'm sorry. Here is the program that you need to type to get this as result. Okay, and there is a mistake here. In this. I want you to tell me what the mistake is. What is the mistake in this? What is missing in this? I want you to comment down below. Okay, I hope you have understood the concept. This is it for this section. In the next section, we will learn about variables in Java. Alright, in this section we will learn what a variable is. Alright, and for me to explain you the concept of variable, I am going to take the example of booking a seat on a bus. Alright, now I am going to give you this example first and then I am going to relate it to the concept of variables. Alright, now let us assume that you want to travel from Mumbai to Bengaluru. Your name is Ravi and you want to travel from Mumbai to Bengaluru. So what do? You go to an agent and you ask that agent to book a seat on the bus. So when you go to the agent and ask him to book a seat on the bus, he shows you the seating arrangement. He shows you something like this and asks you to select a seat. So the green ones are booked, the grey ones are available. Alright. Now, if you have not booked ticket on a bus before, you can assume booking ticket for a movie. Alright. So if you go to any movie ticket booking websites, you do the same thing. So you can relate it to that too. Alright. Now, coming back to this, let us say that you are interested in sitting here, okay? And this seat has a number. All the seats have number associated for them so that people can easily recognize the seat and sit there. So this is seat number 5 and you want to book this seat so that you can travel from Mumbai to Bengaluru. Alright, so what did you say? You said, hello agent, please give me some space on the bus for me. That is basically what you said. Please give me some space on the bus for me so that I can travel from Mumbai to Bengaluru. And the agent says, okay, I have given some space for you on the bus and named the location as 5. Why 5? Because that is what we selected. Okay. Now, this is what happens in ticket booking. You book some space. Basically, it is seat. It is a seat where you sit on it. But in reality, it is a space, correct? Space on bus. Now, coming to our Java program. Here, if I say x is equal to 5, x is equal to 5. Basically, what I am saying is, hello computer, please give me some space on the RAM for me. And the computer says, okay, I have given some space for you on the RAM and named the location as x. So you can pause the video and read this out and relate it. Okay. And name the location as x. Why x? Because we set it to be x. So when we say it is x, the computer says, okay, let me name it as x. Alright. So what we have done is we have asked some space on the RAM so that we can store a value in x. What value? Value 5. So basically when we say x is equal to 5, computer gives us some space on the RAM and names that space or location as x, where we can store some data. Okay. Now, if you have learnt math and if you know algebra, then you already know variables. Okay. So x is equal to 5, y is equal to 3, and let us say z equal to x plus y. So you have seen these equations in algebra, correct? So what will be the value of z? It will be x plus y. What is x? 5. What is y? 3. So 5 plus 3, 8, and that will be the value of z. Okay. Now let me delete it. So when I say x is equal to 5, I am asking some space on the RAM so that I can store a value there, and I am saying to the computer, name that location as x. So that is exactly what the computer does. Okay. Now I have saved or stored 5 in x. Now let me print it out. So you know how to print it out. It is system, okay, system dot out and println, and in bracket I will say x. Okay, I'll say x. So you can see that I have not used quotes here. I have not used quotes. So it is without quotes. So now when I run it, you can see I have errors. So the main error is I do not have colon, okay, which is one common error that everyone does. So have colon to mark that is the end of the statement or instruction. Now let me run it, and once again I get an error. This is because I have set x equal to 5. I am saying store 5 in variable x, but then I have to say what is the type of 5, or to what data type does 5 belong to. Is it a whole number? Is it a fraction? Or there are many other data types too, which we will learn later. But we have to mention what is that we are storing in x. So we are storing a whole value, correct? Whole number. And it falls under the category of integer. So for integer, we use int. So basically we are saying, hello computer, give me some space on the RAM and name that location as x, where I want to store an integer value of 5. That is what this means. Okay. So now when I run it, I get 5 as output. So I am printing out x, or in other words, I am printing out the value that is stored in x, which is 5. Okay. Now if I have quotes here, and if I run it, it will print out x. I have told you in the previous video that whatever is inside the double quotes will be printed out as is. So x is printed out instead of 5. Okay. So you must remember this. Now let me say int y equal to 4. Okay. So I am saying, hello computer, give me some space on the RAM and name the location as y so that I can store an integer value 4 in it. That is what this means. Okay. So let me print out y. When I print it out, I get 4 as result. Okay. I get 4 as result. Now I have x equal to 5, y equal to 4. Let me see if I can do this. I'll say x plus y. Okay. I want to print x plus y. So let me see if it works. And it works. I get 9 as output. So x is 5, y is 4, 5 plus 4 is 9, and I get the result here. Alright. Now, one way to do, or one way to get the sum is like this. The other way is to say int z equal to x plus y. Okay, x plus y. So now I have to print z here. Let me run it, and I get 9. I get 9 here. Okay. So here you can do it like this and print it out, or directly you can have x plus y here and get the result. Okay. Now let me delete this. Let me delete these two. Okay. Now I have said x equal to 5. Now this need not be a single letter. It can be a word also. Okay. So let me say age. So age is 5 years. So I am saying age equal to 5 and I want to print out age. So let me run it to get 5. Okay, 5. And I'll say int height equal to 6 feet. Okay, so let me run it to get 5 because I've printed age here. If I want to get height, H-E-I-G-H-T, height. Okay, so I'll run it to get 6. Alright, now what if the height is 6.1? So I'll say 6.1 and now when I run it, I get an error. Why is this error? That is because this is not a whole number or this is not an integer. So I have told int. I am saying to the computer that I am storing an integer value in height. But then while declaring it, I am saying 6.1. 6.1 is not integer. It is decimal. And decimal falls under the data type double. Okay. So we will talk about data types in the next video. For now, int and double are enough. So if you have any decimal value, so use double. Okay, use double. So let me print out the height now and you should get the result. Okay, you should get the result. Next, let me delete this. Let me delete this. So you have said age equal to 5. You can change the value of age. Alright, so you can say age equal to 7. Age equal to 7. Now, if I print out age, I'll get 7 as result. This is because I first initialized age equal to 5. I said age equal to 5. And in the next line, I said age equal to 7. Now, the new value 7 will be stored in age. And then I am printing out the value that is stored in age. So the latest value that is stored in age will be printed out at this point. And that is why I am getting 7. Okay. Next, it is enough if you say int once. You don't have to say int once again when you want to change the value of it. Alright. Or int is necessary only when you initialize the value of the variable or declare the value of the variable. So once you declare, you don't have to use int once again. Okay. So here I can say age equal to 45 and when I print age, I get 45. So it will be taken as int automatically. But then if I say 41.5 and run it, I'll get an error. Now this is because for all the ages, it is taking it as integer. But now here as I've given a decimal value, it is giving me an error. Okay. So let me delete this. Let me delete this. Alright. Yes. Now let me delete this. Let me delete this. So I'll say x equal to 5. Okay, x equal to 5. Int y equal to 10. Now I can say x equal to x plus x plus y plus y. And here when I print out x, I'll get, okay, so you can see I have missed the colons, I get 30. Okay, so here x equal to 5, y equal to 10. Now what I am doing here is I am adding 5 x, y 10, y 10. So 5 plus 5 plus 10 plus 10. So it is 30 and that 30 gets stored into x and then I am printing it out. Okay, so I get 30 here. So you can change the value of variables like this. Alright, now Let me delete this. Let me delete this. And here, let me say y divided by x. So y is 10, x is 5. So let me run it to get 2. Okay, to get 2. Now I'll have this as 12. So 12 divided by 5 is 2 point something, correct? 2 point something. But I'm getting 2 as result. This is because I have set x as 5, or I have said x is 5 and it is integer, and I have said y is 12 and it is integer. So if when you do integer division and the division gets you a decimal value as a result, then the value after the dot will be omitted or left out. Or in other words, integer division gets you an integer value as output or result. Okay. So if you want the decimal value to be printed out, all you need to do is change this to double. Okay. Change this to double and run it to get 2.4 as result. Alright. So if you have both integers, then the decimal value will be omitted out. Alright. Yes. So I hope you have understood the concept of variables. There are some more things to be explained in variables, which I will do in the next section, because right now I want you to go and practice the things or the concepts that have been taught just now. Okay? So go practice and proceed through the video. Alright. In this section, we will learn few more things about variables. Alright. Now, this here is the basic structure of a Java program. You can see there is space here, which means this comes under this. Okay. So this is indented. Now, between these two brackets, we need to write the instructions or codes. And let me write int a is equal to 3. I'll have to end it using colon. You can see there is a space here too, or this is indented too. That means this comes under this. Okay. So there must be space here, there must be space here. Alright. Now I'll say int b equal to 6. Okay. Int b equal to 6. Now you know that if we do integer division, we'll get the result as an integer, correct? So let me say system dot out dot print ln. Okay, and let me say b divided by a, and let me close it here and let me run the program to get 2 as result. Okay, 2 as result. So 6 divided by 3 is 2. Now let me have 7 here and let me divide it. Now I get 2. Okay, so we really have point something here, but that point is removed and you know it, correct? Now here, by saying double, we can get a double result. Okay, now see, what I have done is I have converted b into a decimal point value. Alright, so here I am saying a equal to 3 integer, b equal to 7 integer. When I divide b by a, I get 2. The point something is neglected or omitted out. So what I am doing here is I am saying convert the B value to a decimal value by using double. Okay. So what is double? Double is a data type. So you know that, correct? So by using double in bracket, I am saying convert B, which is an integer, to a decimal value, double data type, and then divide by A. So what happens to B when it is converted into a decimal value? It becomes 7.0. So 7.0 divided by 3, which is A, we get this result. Okay. So this is called as type conversion. Now, instead of having double here, you can also have it here, and you can get the same result. Alright. Now here what we are saying is divide B by the decimal value of A. So A is 3, decimal value of A is 3.0. That is obtained by using this. Okay. We are changing int to double using double inside bracket. So 7 divided by 3.0 is this. Okay. So this is type conversion. Now you must remember that this value is not changed. We are not changing the value that is stored in A. We are just converting A into double or decimal value in this step only. So in A, it is still integer value. We are not converting into decimal. We are converting it into decimal value only for this step. Okay, only for this step. Alright. Yes. Now let me delete this. We can define a variable and assign the value later. Let me show you how. Let me say int A. That's all. Okay, int A. I do not want to say what should be stored in A. Okay. So I am just saying let A be a variable and I am going to store an integer value in it. That's all. Later in the program, you can say A is equal to 4. Alright, A is equal to 4. And then you can print it. Okay, you can print it to get to get 4. So here I have just defined it. Here I have initialized it. Okay. Here there is no value. Here I have assigned a value and I am printing it out here. Okay. Now this is one more thing. Next, coming to different types of data. I'll go to this to show you this. Okay. There are two types of or two classifications of data types in Java. One is primitive type and another one is non-primitive type. Okay. So these are primitive data types and non-primitive data types are strings, arrays and classes, which we will learn in later lessons. Okay. Now we have been using int. Correct? So here you can see int. So int is a data type. Now it occupies 4 bytes of memory. It needs 4 bytes of memory. Okay. It takes up 4 bytes of memory. And the value that you can store in int is from this to this. Okay. So this is the range of values that you can store in int data type. So from minus this to plus this. So how much have we stored? It is 4. We have stored 4, which falls between this range. Okay. So even if you store 4 or 4000, it will take the same space in the memory. Okay, it will be 4 bytes no matter what value you store. Now, byte and short also store whole numbers along with long. Okay, so basically byte, short, int and long all store integer values or whole numbers, but their ranges are different. Okay, so basically I can say byte here, I can say byte here, and I can run it to get, sorry, so you can see I'm trying to store 4000 here, which is out of range. I can store values from -128 to 127. That is why I'm getting this error, because I'm trying to save or store 4000 in A. So in byte data type, I cannot store more than 127. Alright. So let me have 4, and you can see I get 4 as a result. So 4 falls in this category. Okay. So short is also one more data type. So you can have short A, and this is the range of values that you can fit in that. And similarly, long is one more data type which has very big range or huge range. Okay, huge range. But for our purpose, int is sufficient, and that is why we are using int here. Okay, int. So int is enough unless there is a necessity to use byte or short. Okay, depending on memory. Okay. Now, similarly, float and double stores fractional values or decimal values. Float and double both store decimal values, and once again the range is different. Okay, so float can store up to 6 to 7 decimal digits, whereas double can store till 15 decimal digits. Decimal digits, what is it? After point, how many numbers? Okay, now you can see the memory that it needs is 8 bytes, and here it is 4 bytes. Alright, so for normal operations, float is enough. Okay, if the decimal value falls between this range or is less than 7 digits, if it is more, then double. Okay, generally we take double and int everywhere. Alright, in Java programming we take double and int everywhere. Okay, next we have data type Boolean, which we generally use in conditionals. Okay, so we can store true or false values in it. So let me show you. Let me delete this. Let me say Boolean C equal to true. Alright, I'm storing value true and I'm printing it out. And here you can see it is C, not A. Okay, so I got the error. So true. Okay, true. Or you can save or store false in it. So that is the only, or these are the only two that you can store in Boolean. It is either true or false. Now the application of this comes in conditionals. So when we start learning about conditionals, this will make sense to you. Till then, this will be vague. Okay. Next is CHAR. Okay, character for CHAR. Now this works on Unicode, so it stores single digits or various special symbols. Let's not go into this right now. Okay, because the usage is less for us here. We'll come across this when it matters. All right. The data type that we generally use or we have used till now is string. Okay, so when we said it's raining and when we said my first program, all these things, we were using string data type. String data type uses characters of English alphabet. Okay, so generally it will be in the form of words. Okay, generally it will be in the form of words. So here I'll say string name, okay, is equal to Ravi. Okay, string name equal to Ravi, and here I'll print name. So this program has errors, so I'll tell you what they are. So let me run it. And you can see I have these many errors. Now the first thing is strings must be in quotes. Okay, strings must be in quotes. Numbers, integers, floats, all these things need not be or should not be in quotes, but the strings must be inside quotes. So let me run it to get one more error. Now this is because the first letter of string is in lowercase here. Okay, so it has to be in uppercase. So here int for double, it is in lowercase. Okay, I is small, d is small. All right, so let me delete it. But the s of string must be in capital letters. Okay, capital letters. So you must remember that. So now let me run it to get Ravi. Okay, so string data types store words like this, English words like this. Okay, home, and let me run it to get home. Okay, so this is one more important data type, string, which we use in our programming language. All right, yes. Next we come to naming of variables. So how to name it? So here when we name or assign a name to a variable, it must be meaningful. So up until now I have been saying A, okay, A equal to something, B equal to something, which should not be the case, We must be descriptive, or we must give descriptive names for variables. Alright, so home, what is this? It is a place. Okay, so I'll say place. So place, it must be like this. Or if you're storing name of the person, so it must be like F name, okay, which stands for first name. So here I'll say Ravi, and here it is F name. Okay, so first name. If you just say A equal to Ravi, you might be able to understand it, but someone who looks at your program will not be able to understand what you have written. So that is why it is better if you say like this. Okay, first name. This is better than F name. Okay, first name. And similarly last name. And instead of saying POB, you can say place of birth. Alright, so give descriptive names to variables. So we'll use this in every program, so it will come naturally to you. Okay, next, name of a variable can contain characters like this. It can have numbers. Okay, it can have underscores. Okay, underscores, and it can have dollar sign. Okay, it can have dollar sign. Now this is a valid key. This is a valid variable name. So let me run it to get tell you. Okay, this is valid variable name, but generally we do not use dollar symbol and underscore. Okay, generally we do not use dollar symbol and underscore, and we cannot start the name of the variable from a number. So the first letter should always be an English letter. Okay, English letter. So P. So it can be place of birth 1, 2, 3, but it cannot be 1, 2, 3 place of birth. Okay, it cannot be 1, 2, 3 place of birth. So you get an error. So I'll run it, and I have an error here. The name of the variable should not start with numbers. Okay. Next, let me delete this. Yeah, let me delete this too. Generally, we use camel case. Okay, camel case. That is, if you want to have more than one word for a variable, then we write it like this. So as I have already showed you. So place, this is the first word, then next word should start with capital letter of, and then next word should start with capital letter birth. Okay, birth. So apart from the first word should start with small letter. Apart from first word, rest of the words should start with capital letter or uppercase. Okay, we call it as capital letter here. So uppercase, and there must be no space between them. Okay, so place of birth or first name. First, so F small and then name N capital. Okay, so this is called as camel case, and we have one more case, snake case, where we use underscore. Okay, underscore. You can use this also, but generally we use camel case. All right. So this has to be like this, F name. All right. So this needs to be taken care of by you. All right. So these are the rules. These are the rules of variables. Okay. In the next section, we will learn about operators. But before moving to the next section, please go ahead and practice the things that has been taught in this section. Now, here I'll say int a is equal to 7, and here I'll say int b is equal to 3. Alright. Now, we have already learnt few of the operators without saying that they were operators, or without knowing that they were operators. So let me say system dot out dot println, and inside let me say a plus b. Okay, a plus b. Now this plus is an operator. Okay, plus is an operator. So let me run it to get 10. So 7 plus 3 is 10. Minus is an operator. So minus gets you the difference. Okay. Similarly, for multiplication, we use star symbol. Okay, star symbol. So on your keyboard, on the number pad, you have star symbol on number 8. Okay, number keys. So star is used for multiplication. Okay, so this is also an operator. We have divide symbol, which is forward slash. Okay, which gets you 2 because we have int here. And to get remainder, we use percentage symbol. Okay, so a percentage b gets you the remainder of this. Okay, 7 divided by 3. How much is the remainder? 1. And that can be obtained by using percentage symbol. Okay, percentage symbol. These plus, minus, star, forward slash and percentage are called as arithmetic operators. Okay, arithmetic operators. There are few others, but let us not learn those. Okay, arithmetic operators. Next, we'll learn about assignment operators. Okay, so let me delete this. Let me delete this. So here I have said int a equal to 7 is equal to is nothing but an assignment operator. We are assigning value of 7 to a, correct? So this is an assignment operator. So here I will say a is equal to a plus 3. Okay, a plus 3. A is equal to a plus 3. And here let me print a. So when I run it, I get 10. Okay, I get 10. Now, instead of writing a is equal to a plus 3, I can also write a plus equal to 3. Okay, a plus equal to 3. So let me run it and I get the same result 10. Alright. So this a plus is equal to 3 is same as a is equal to a plus 3. Okay, this is same as a equal to a plus 3. So let me run it to get 10. Now this is an assignment operator. But what is this? What is this? This is a comment. Okay, this is a comment. Using two forward slashes, we leave note to ourselves and others who will be referring to your program. Okay, to leave out notes, we use comments, and comments start with double forward slashes. Okay, now basically in simple terms, comment means the Java will not execute this. Okay, so after forward slashes, whatever you write will be ignored by Java. So if you have any code that you do not want to run, then you can add two forward slashes in front of it to prevent it from executing. Okay, so let me delete this for now. Let me delete it for now, and let me add two forward slashes here. And as soon as I add forward slashes, you can see that these are grayed out. These are not in black or blue color. So now when I run it, I get 7 and not 10. That is because Java is not executing this, or a plus equal to 3 is not happening, and so whatever value is stored in a, which is 7, gets printed out. Okay, so let me delete this. So a plus equal to 3 is same as a equal to a plus 3. Alright. Similarly, we have a minus equal to 3. Alright, a minus equal to 3. Now this is same as a equal to a minus 3. A equal to a minus 3. So let me delete this. Okay, let me comment it out. Okay, we call it as commenting it out. So this will not be executed now. Okay, this will not be executed. So only this line and this line, or this much and this line will be executed. So now when I run it, I get 4 as a result. That is because a is 7 here, and I am saying a equal to a minus 3. This one. Okay, if you are getting confused by this, you can avoid this. You can use this itself. Okay, so a 7 minus 3 4, and that gets assigned to a here. Okay, and that is what is being printed. So similarly, we have a into equal to 3, a forward equal to 3, a percentage equal to 3. We have all those. Alright, we have all those, and these are called as assignment operators. Okay, assignment operators. Now let me delete this. Now we'll learn about comparison operators. Okay, comparison operators. We are comparing two variables. Alright, so I'll say int b equal to 3. Here I'll say a greater than b. Okay, a greater than b. Now here a is 7 greater than b. Is it greater than b? Yes, 7 is greater than 3. Now when I run it, I get true as result, or I get a boolean value as result. you know about Boolean values, correct? It is either true or false. Since this comes out as true, I am getting true in the output. Okay, 7 is greater than B, so true. 7, let me say less than B, 7 less than B, and let me run it to get false. 7 is not less than 3, and so I am getting false. Okay, so this greater than symbol and less than symbol are comparison operators. Okay, comparison operators. Now let me have 7 here. Let me have 7 here, and to check if both are equal, we use double equal to symbol. Okay, to check if both are same, we use double equal to symbol. So let me run it to get true. So 7 is equal to 7, and so the result is true. Okay, now to check whether A is not equal to B, we use A exclamation mark equal to. Okay, A exclamation mark equal to B. So this exclamation mark and equal to stands for not equal to. So I'll run it to get false. Okay, so what we are asking is whether A is not equal to B. A is equal to B here, and so this comes out as false. Okay, now we have this 2. Okay, we have this 2. This is greater than or equal to. Okay, greater than or equal to. It checks whether A is greater than B. A is not greater than B, and so it checks whether A is equal to B. So if either one of this is true, then the result will come out as true. Okay, so 7 is not greater than 7, but 7 is equal to 7, and so we get false. And similarly, we have less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. When I run it, I get true. It checks whether A is less than B. 7 is not less than B, and so it proceeds to next. Whether A is equal to B. Yes, A is equal to B, and so we get true. Okay, so this or these, which one? Greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, is equal to means double equal to. Okay, is equal to and not equal to are comparison operators. Comparison operators. Okay, so arithmetic operators, plus minus into forward slash percentage, assignment operators, equal to and plus equal to, and then comparison operators are the different types of operators in Java. Okay, and then we have we have learnt about commenting, correct? So if you want to prevent codes from running, you can use forward slashes. Now about comments, you can have multi-line comment too. That means, let me say let me copy this. Okay, I'll say C and I'll say D. If I do not want to, or let me say E. Okay, E. So if I have many lines and if I do not want to execute some of these lines, then I can use this. Okay, forward slash and star. Okay, forward slash and star, and ending star and forward slash. Okay, star and forward slash. So whatever is in between forward slash and star forward slash will not be executed. Okay, will not be executed. So if I do not have this, then from here to here will not be executed and you will get an error. Okay, so I want this to be executed, and so I'll have star and forward slash here. Now this is called as multi-line comment. That means you are using these to comment using multiple lines. Okay, now one, as I told you, use is to prevent codes from executing, and one is to leave notes to others. Why do you want to leave notes? When you are working on a project, you have many people working on the same project. So you may have been assigned some part of the project, some other person may have been assigned some other part of a project. So you will have to refer his program, he has to refer your program. And sometimes it is good to leave out comments or notes so that when the other person looks at your program, he'll come to know why you have done something. Okay, so here I'll say this code checks if, in the next line I'll say A is equal to B. Okay, so you can leave out notes like this. As you know, this will not be executed and it doesn't make any sense to the program. Okay, so this helps the other person who is looking at your program to understand why you have written something. Okay, and by using comments we achieve this. All right, so that's it for this section. Go ahead and practice the things that have been taught. I'll see you in the next section where we will learn about if else statement. All right. Now, I'm going to take an example and tell you how to write a program for it, and then explain you when do we use this if else loop. Okay? Yes. Let me straight away go to the problem. So here is it. Create a variable to store the age of a person. Check if the age is greater than or equal to 18. If the age of the person is more than or equal to 18, say eligible to vote. If the age of the person is less than 18, say not eligible to vote. So basically we are writing a program to check whether a person is eligible to vote or not. Okay, so let us start doing this step by step. So first is to create a variable to store the age of a person. So let me do that. So you know that this is the basic structure of Java program. You can delete this. We'll need this later but not now. Okay, so I'll delete this. So this is the basic structure. So here I'll say int age of person. So we have created a variable. Okay, so we will enter the value later. Next, check if the age is greater than or equal to 18. So I need to check if the age is greater than or equal to 18. Okay, now when we need to check something, then we use if loop. Okay, so let me write down the syntax and explain you. So if loop syntax goes like this. So if, and then in brackets condition, and then inside curly braces the code that you need to execute when the condition inside the bracket is true. Okay, so let me not confuse you by explaining too much. Let me go to the problem. Check if the age is greater than or equal to 18. That is our condition. We need to check if the age of the person is greater than or equal to 18. So here in the bracket I'll say age of the person is greater than or equal to 18. Okay, I need to check age of the person if the age of the person is greater than or equal to 18. So we have not entered any value for the variable, which we will do it later. Okay, do not worry about it right now. Now, if it is greater than 18, then what else? What do we do? If the age of the person is more than or equal to 18, I need to say eligible to vote. So let me do that now. Here, inside this, I need to say what do we need to do if the result of this is true. Okay, so we have learnt about boolean in last video, correct? So this will result either in true or false. So if it is true, what should we do? So here we need to say system dot out dot print ln, and what should we say? We need to say eligible to vote, correct? Eligible to vote. So eligible, let me have E in capital, eligible to vote. Okay, eligible to vote. So if age of the person is greater than or equal to 18, then say eligible to vote. That is what this sentence means, and that is what we also want, correct? If the age of the person is more than or equal to 18, say eligible to vote. So here let me stop writing program and let me execute it once. So we have initialized, or we have said age of a person is a variable, but we have not mentioned the value, or we have not initialized the variable. So let us do that. So let me say is equal to 19. Okay, 19. So I'm saying age of the person is equal to 19, and then here I'm saying if age of person is greater than or equal to 18, say this. Okay, so let me run it, and you get an error. I do this error. Okay, I do not put this. Okay, so system dot out dot print, what is it? Yes, system, a spelling mistake here. So let me run it to get eligible to vote. This is because we have said age of person equal to 19. So 19 is stored in age of person. Next, it is checked here if 19 is greater than or equal to 18. So 19 is greater than 18, and so this is executed, or whatever is inside the curly braces is executed. Okay, now let me have it as 11. So I'll run it, and I get program did not output anything. That is because we have not written code. We have not written any code to say when this is false. Okay, what should happen when this is false? We have to write one more set of codes for that, correct? So here I'll have one more if loop. If age of person is less than 18, okay, so that is the second condition, correct? If the age of person is less than 18, say not eligible to vote. So here less than 18, and inside curly braces I have to say system dot out dot print ln, and here not eligible to vote. Okay, not eligible to vote. So I have 11 here. Let us run it to get, once again I missed this, to get not eligible to vote. Alright, now I keep missing this because I work on Python, and in Python it is not necessary. So here it is necessary. Alright, now see what is happening is I am saying age of person is 11. Age of person is 11. So first it checks whether 11 is greater than or equal to 18. So this comes out as false, and so this is skipped. Okay, this is entirely skipped. It doesn't touch this code at all. Next it goes to this 11 less than 18. Is it true or false? It is true, and so whatever is inside this set of curly braces is executed, and so we get not eligible to vote. Okay, not eligible to vote. So basically the syntax for if loop is if, and condition goes here, condition, and here inside curly braces we have the statements to execute if the condition is true. Okay, is true. So what people do is people have this in the next line. That's all. Okay, this in the next line. So you can have it here or here. It is left to you. Alright. So this is basically the syntax of if loop. Pretty straightforward and very easy. Okay. Now let me delete this. So this is how if loop works. Now instead of having two if loops, we can just say else. Okay, else, and then eliminate this condition entirely. Okay, eliminate this condition entirely. So basically what we are saying is, if age of person is greater than or equal to 18, execute this. Else execute this. That's all. What does this else mean? Else means if this is false, then execute this. Okay. So basically what we are saying is, if this is true, execute this. If this is false, then execute this. That is what we are saying using else. So instead of using two if loops, we are using if and else. Okay, if and else. All right. Yes. Next, let me delete this. Let me delete this. Okay. Now, let me go to second exercise or program. I need to create a variable to store a number. If the number is less than 0, say the number is negative. If the number is more than 0, say the number is positive. If the number is equal to 0, say the number is 0. Okay. So now we have three conditions. And when you have more than two conditions, you cannot use if else loop. Of course, you can use if else loop, but then we have to use else if along with it, which is what we'll be learning now. Okay. Yeah. So here I'll say int number. Okay. Number. I want to save it in num and I'll end it here. Okay. So I have created a variable to store a number. Now I have three conditions. If number is less than 0, more than 0, equal to 0. So let me write program for that. So first I'll write if. Okay. If and condition number is greater than 0, not greater than or equal to, but greater than 0. Alright. And then open and closed curly braces. Okay. This is opening. This is closing. This is closing for this and this is closing for this. Okay. Do not get confused. Now, if number is greater than 0, I need to say system.out.println. I need to say number is positive. Okay, number is positive. So that is our first condition. If number is less than 0, number is negative. Let me change it. It doesn't matter. But let me change it and go according to this exercise here. If the number is less than 0, say the number is negative. Okay. Next, if the number is more than 0, say the number is positive. So I will have one more if loop. Okay. And I will copy this to save your time and my time also. If number is greater than 0, say number is positive. Okay. So that is our second condition. Next, third condition. If the number is equal to 0, say the number is 0. Okay. Neutral. So I'll copy. I have already copied. I'll paste it once again. So if number is equal to 0, so we have two equal to symbols. Okay. We have learnt about this. Two equal to symbols. If number is equal to 0, then say number is 0. Okay. So we have three if loops here. Now let me assign a number and check. So I'll say number is equal to -8. Alright, minus 8. So I'll run it and run it to get number is negative. Okay, so number less than 0. So first condition comes out as true, and so this is executed. This comes out as false, so this is skipped. This comes out as false, and so this is skipped. Okay, now I'll have plus 8. Okay, so let me run it. Number is positive, so this is checked first, comes out as false, so this is skipped. This is checked, comes out as true, and so this is executed. This is checked, comes out as false, and so this is skipped. Okay, next I'll have 0 here. I'll have 0. I'll run it and I'll get 0. Okay, so this is working fine, but we do not generally use this format. Okay, so instead of using 3 if loops, we use else if and else. Okay, so for first condition we use if. For first condition we use if, and for the last condition, we use else. Okay, else. So we say else, and then we remove the condition. Okay, we take out the condition. So first is if, second is else, and for the conditions in between we use else if. Okay, else if. So if, else if, else. Okay, now let me run it to get number is 0. So let me have let me have 9 and run it to get number is positive. Okay, so now we'll analyze this, what is happening. So I'm saying number is equal to 9. First it checks whether this comes out as true. This comes out as false, and so this is skipped. Okay, next it checks whether this is true. So we have else if here, so it checks if this is true. So this is true, and so this is executed, or whatever is in between the curly braces is executed. Next else, it doesn't reach here at all because this is true. Okay, this is true. So this is how else if works. So if you have more than one condition, then you can check it here, and you can have as many else ifs as you want inside here. Okay, so you can have one more condition and it can be checked using one more else if, and you can have one more condition and you can check with one more else if. Alright, so you can have as many else ifs as you want, but there will be only one if and only one else. Alright, so let me delete this, and let me proceed to the next exercise. So create variables to store marks and attendance. Okay, so I need to create two variables here, marks and attendance. If the marks is greater than or equal to 40 and the attendance is greater than 60%, then say you passed the exam, else say you failed the exam. So now let us do this step by step. Let me create variables to store marks and attendance. So I'll go here, I'll say int marks, okay, int marks, and int attendance, okay, int attendance. Now I've created two variables. If the marks is greater than or equal to 40, so that is our first condition. If marks is greater than or equal to 40, that is our first condition. And then we have one more condition, attendance is greater than 60, okay, attendance is greater than 60. So we have our second condition. Now try to understand, if both this and this is true, then we need to execute this. Okay, if both are true, if both this and this are true, then we need to execute this, or we need to say this. Alright, so we need to use this, okay, sorry, this and, alright, and. So let me explain about this later. So double ampersand, and we write our next condition here. Attendance is greater than 60. Attendance is greater than 60. Attendance is greater than 60. Alright, if marks is greater than or equal to 40 and attendance is greater than 60, then say you pass the exam. Then say system out print ln you pass the exam, okay, else say you failed the exam, else say, let me copy this, else say you failed the exam, else, and this system dot out println you failed the exam. Alright, so let me have marks here. I'll say 50 and attendance, let me say 79. Okay, 79. So let me run it. Once again, I keep missing this, I'm sorry for this. Okay, run, you passed the exam. Alright, so now let us try to analyze this. If and conditions, we have two conditions here, and if both are true, we need to execute this, else execute this. That is our program. Okay, so this is our first condition. If marks is greater than or equal to 40, and we have used double ands, and then we have written our second condition. What this double and does is, it comes out as true only if both this and this are true. Okay, when you use double and, okay, double and, the result will be true if both of these are true. So if any one of these conditions is false, then the result of entire thing is false, and so this will not be executed. Okay, now let me have 30 here. Okay, let me have 30 here and attendance 79. So now let me run it, and you get you failed the exam. Okay, see, marks is 30, attendance is 79. So first condition, marks greater than or equal to 40. 30 is not greater than or equal to 40, and so this is false. This is false. Now let me have F here. This is false. Attendance is equal to 79. So attendance is greater than 60. This is true, correct? 79 is greater than 60. So this is true. But we have double and symbol here. So if we have false and if we have true, then the result of entire thing will be false. And so this will not be executed and this will be executed. Okay, this will be executed. I hope you have understood. Now this comes true only when this and this both are true. Okay. Now, what if we have condition or? If the marks is greater than or equal to 40 or the attendance is greater than 60%, then say you pass the exam. So here basically we are saying if either this or this is true, then execute this. Okay, if a student has either marks or attendance, then he has passed the exam. That is what we want to say. If that is the case, then instead of using double ands, you need to use the pipe symbols. Okay, now these are available above the enter button on the keyboard. Okay, you have backward slash button above the keyboard, enter button, correct? So same backward slash button has this symbol which you can access using access by pressing shift button. Alright, so this is called as pipe symbol. So if you have two pipe symbol, it means if you want this entire thing to be true, okay, if you want the result of this entire thing to be true, then either this should be true or this should be true. Okay, that means if any one of these is false, then you get the result as true. Okay, so see, now I'll run it and you can see I get you passed the exam. That is because this is false. 30 is not greater than or equal to 40. This is false, but this is true. This is true, and so this comes out as true. So if either of one is true, then result is true and this gets executed. So this comes out as false, the result of this entire thing comes out as false only if both are false. Okay, both are false. So let me have 19 here, let me have 19 here. So this is false, correct? 30 is less than 40, so this is false, and attendance is less than 60, and so this is false. So when you have both false and false, you get the entire result as false. Other than that, the result will be true. So let me check it to get you failed the exam. Okay, you failed the exam. Alright, so I hope you have understood. For and symbol, both have to be true to get true, and for pipe symbol, any one of them has to be true to get the entire result as true. Okay, yes, so I guess this is enough for this video. I have an exercise for you which is here. Okay, I want you to create a variable to store marks of a student. Okay, and if marks is greater than or equal to 90, then you need to say A grade. Okay, or the grade is A. If the marks is greater than or equal to 80 and less than 90, then you need to say the grade is B. And similarly, you have grade still F. Okay, so you need to use if, else if, and else to get the result. Okay, I want you to pause this video for a few seconds because I'll be showing the result or the program to get this. Okay, pause the screen, work it out, and come back if you are stuck. Alright, so let me show you the solution or program. Okay, so this is the program to achieve the result. Alright, I hope you have understood. Keep practicing and I will see you in the next section. Now, what is a loop? A loop is something that can execute a block of code as long as a specified condition is reached. Okay, we'll learn about this in detail now, do not worry about it. Loops are handy because they save time, they reduce errors, and they make code more readable. Okay, and in this video we'll be learning about while loop. The while loop loops through a block of code as long as the specified condition is true. Okay, so let me write a program straight away and explain you how it works. Okay, so int I is equal to 0. Okay, I'll say that the initial value of I equal to 0. Next, the syntax of while loop is while and condition inside the brackets. Okay, and then the body of the while loop. All right. Yes. So here condition, I'll write I less than 5. Okay, I less than 5. And inside the brackets, I'll say system dot out dot print ln, and I'll say I. Okay, I'll say I. So let me end it with semicolon. And now let me run this. And you can see I have zeros. Okay, I have zeros because this is an infinite loop. This is because, see, I have said that I is equal to 0. Okay, I'm saying variable I has the value 0. You can read this as until I is less than 5, do this. Okay, so you can think of while loop as until this is true, execute this. So what happens is, first time it will check whether I is less than 5, 0 is less than 5. So 0 is less than 5, that means this comes out as true, and so this will be executed. So we have our first 0. Okay, first 0. Then once again it will start from here. Okay, it will check whether I is less than 5, 0 is less than 5, and so once again this will be executed, and I have my second 0. Once again it will check whether I is less than 5, 0 is less than 5, and so it prints I once again, and so I have my third 0. And in the same way it continues looping here, and we get zeros infinitely. Okay, because 0 is always or will be always less than 5, and so we have infinite number of zeros here. Okay, so let us edit this, let us modify this. I'll say I is equal to I plus 1. All right, so I'll say I is equal to I plus 1. Now let me run this. And you can see I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 as output. Now let us try to understand what is happening. I have said I equal to 0. So in the first loop, first iteration, it checks whether 0 is less than 5. So 0 is less than 5, and so this is executed. So the value of I in the first iteration is 0, and so 0 is printed out. Next, this line gets executed. So here, so this is 0. So 0 plus 1, 1, and 1 gets stored in I. Then it goes to this once again. It checks whether 1 is less than 5. 1 is less than 5, it is true, and so this is executed with the new value of I. So we get 1. New value of I is 1. Alright. Next, so new value of I is 1, and so we have 1 here. 1 plus 1 is 2, and so 2 gets stored in I, or the updated value of I is 2 now. So it goes back to this, it checks whether 2 is less than 5. 2 is less than 5, it is true, and so this is printed with new value of I, which is 2. We get it here. Next, it is 2 here. 2 plus 1 is 3, and 3 gets saved here, and it goes back to this 3 less than 5, true, and so it prints out I, which is 3. Next, this is 3 here. 3 plus 1 is 4, 4 gets stored here, it goes back here, 4 is less than 5, true, and so 4 gets printed out in the next line. And finally 4 plus 1 is 5, it goes to this, 5 less than 5 is false, and so the loop stops here and proceeds to the next line. Okay, proceeds to the next line. So let me give system.out.println and I'll say the end, and let me end this, and here let me have I. Okay, now let me run this. You can see that you are getting the end after 4 and not after 0 or 1 or 2 or 3. That means after the while loop has stopped working, the next line gets executed. So until while loop is still iterating, this doesn't get executed. Okay, so I hope you have understood, and this is how the while loop works. Now let me delete this. Okay, and let me have, yeah, now I is equal to I plus 1. You can write I is equal to I plus 1 as I plus equal to 1. You know about this, correct? We have learned it. So I plus equal to 1 is equal to I is equal to I plus 1. Alright. So let me run it to get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Or you can have I plus plus. Okay, I plus plus. Now I plus plus also gets you the same result, and this is called as incrementing operator. Okay, incrementing operator. So I plus plus or increment operator, I plus plus is equal to I plus equal to 1 or I is equal to I plus 1, or in other words, this and this, all three are same. Okay, all three are same, and you are free to choose any one. This increments the value by 1, and generally we use this because it is easy. Alright, but if this and this confuses you, you can go ahead and use this one. Alright, but remember that this and this all are same. Okay, so let me delete this now. Now let me write a program as an exercise to get the multiplication table of 3 using while loop. Okay, using while loop. So you can see 3, 6, 9, 12 till 30. So this is multiplication table of 3. So let me minimize this and let me delete this. Okay, let me delete this. So I'll write and I'll explain. I'll say int I is equal to 1. Alright. Now what is this one? This is our starting. Okay, 3 into 1 equal to 3. Correct. So what is this one? This one is from where we start multiplication from. Correct. 1. And so I'm saying int I is equal to 1. So this is the 1 here. Next I'll say int num equal to 3, because we are trying to get a multiplication table of 3. Alright. Now I'll say while what do I give here? I less than or equal to 10. Okay, 10. Why 10? Because we need till 3 into 10. Correct? 3 into 10. So we need till 10. And so I have given I less than or equal to 10. Okay. And here I'll say int product is equal to I into num. Okay, I into num, and I'll end it here. Int product is equal to I, which is this, into num. And now I'll print it out. System.out.println, and I'll print out the product. Okay, I'll print out the product. So after this, what do we need to do? We need to increment or increase the value of I by 1. Okay, so let me run this, and we get 3 till 30. Okay, so now let us try to analyze what is happening here. I is equal to 1, num is equal to 3. While I is less than equal to 10. So first it checks whether I is less than or equal to 10. So 1 is less than or equal to 10. So this is correct. We have created a new product, new variable here named product, and in this product we store I into num. So what is I in the first iteration? 1. What is num? 3. So 1 into 3, 3. 3 gets stored in product and it gets printed out in the next line. Okay, so we get 3. In the next line, we are incrementing I by 1. So I is 1, I was 1 initially. When we increment, it becomes 2. And now once again, it goes back to this line. It checks whether 2 is less than or equal to 10. 2 is less than or equal to 10. It is true. And so 2 into 3 gets stored in product. 2 into 3 is 6. 6 is stored in product and it is printed in the next line. So we get 6 here. And we are incrementing I. So 2 plus 1, 3. It goes back here and the same thing repeats till I becomes 10. So I becomes 10. I is less than or equal to 10. And we end it here. Because in the next iteration, when I becomes 11, 11 is not less than or equal to 10. This fails and this entire thing is skipped. Okay, this is skipped. Alright, yes. So this is how a while loop works. Okay, now as a practice, as an exercise, I want you to get the multiplication table of any different number. Okay, so you have to go ahead and practice it. Now let me proceed further. We have a modification of while loop, which is do while loop. Okay, so let me remove this. And show you how it works. So here I'll say while, or let me say int I is equal to 0. Okay, generally for while and for loop, which we'll learn in the next video, we use letter I. Okay, letter I for variables. All right, when we are using it in a while loop. So int I equal to 0, and I'll say while I less than 5. What do I want to do? Let me say system dot out dot print ln, and let me print out the value of I. Okay, let me print out the value of I, and in the next line I'll say I plus plus. Okay, so let me run this, and you can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 as result. So this is normal working of while loop. So first the condition is checked. If the condition is true, then this is executed. Okay, this is executed. Now do while loop. So let me have, okay, let me have this here. All right, let me have while loop here. Here I'll write the syntax for do while loop. So it is do. All right, do, and then bracket, and inside we have a statement, and then while, and then the condition. Okay, condition. What is the condition? The same thing, I less than 5. I less than 5. All right, I less than 5, and we end it with semicolon. So inside do, let me write system dot print system dot out dot print ln, and let me print out the value of I itself, and here I'll say I plus plus. Okay, I plus plus. Now let me run this. It is with this, so let me delete this. Okay, now let me run it to get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now we are getting the same result as we got here. All right, now let me have 8 here. Okay, let me have 8 here, and let me run this. and you can see I have 8 as output. Let us try to understand what is happening here. Now in do while loop, the condition is checked at the last. Alright, and before checking the condition, we execute what is in the do part. Okay, see, do this and then this, do this and then this. This is what the do while loop means. So first what happens is do this. So system.out.println I. So whatever is stored in I gets printed. So I have stored 8 and so 8 gets printed. And I'm saying I plus plus 9. Okay, 9. Now it goes to this while. It checks whether 9 is less than 5. 9 is not less than 5. This is false, and so the do while loop stops. Even though this condition was not satisfied in the first loop itself, we have our result. Okay, whereas here in while loop, first the condition is checked, and if the condition is true, then only the block is executed. Whereas here, first the block is executed and we check the condition. So the do while loop will always be executed at least once, even if the condition is false, because the code block is executed before the condition is tested. Okay, condition is tested. All right. So I hope you have understood. Let me delete this. And let me remove the and let me remove this and let me remove this. Okay. So now let me run it, and and you can see program did not output anything. That is because I is 8. It checks here whether I is less than 5. 8 is not less than 5. It is false, and so this is not executed. Okay. So this is how while and do while loop works. All right. Yes. In the previous section, we had learnt about the working of a while loop, correct? So we had seen how this works. So let me run this, and you can see I have 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4 as a result. You can achieve the same thing by for loop too. Alright, and let me show you how. So let me hit enter here. Okay, let me hit enter here. In the for loop, we use for keyword. Okay, for, and inside brackets we have 3 things. Okay, we have 3 things. Let me show you later. And then we have the body of for loop. Okay, now we have initialized the variable, we have our condition, and we have our incrementing expression, correct? Now in for loop, all these will be inside the brackets, and that's all. Okay, so let me do that and show you. So int I is equal to 0 along with the semicolon must be our first parameter. Okay, int I is equal to 0, first parameter, and then the expression or the condition, not expression, condition expression, and we terminate it using semicolon, and then I plus plus. Okay, yes, so let me give space here. So each are divided by or separated by semicolon. And finally in the body, let me have this. Okay, let me have this. Alright, see how I have rewritten the while loop using for. Okay, basically it is similar, but the way you write it is different. Alright, so let me remove this, let me remove this, or let me have it commented out. Alright, yeah, now let me run this, and you can see I have the same result here. Alright, so whatever I obtained using while loop, I have obtained using for loop. Okay, now let us try to analyze how this works. For int I equal to 0, so this is our initializing. Okay, initialization. So this runs only for the first time. Okay, so this runs only once in the for loop. After this is executed or run, this is executed. So I is 0 in the first iteration, and I less than 5, 0 less than 5 comes out as true. And when this comes out as true, it executes the body. Okay, this is not executed initially. Alright, so let me go back and repeat it once. When the loop starts, this is executed once, and then we have no use of this. Okay, so this is executed only once in the for loop. Next, 0 is less than 5, so this comes out as true, and so this is executed, and after this is executed, it comes to this. Okay, it comes to this. Alright, so I hope you have understood. So now let me see or tell you how the loop works. So in the first iteration, I is 0, 0 less than 5 true, and the value of I, which is 0, is printed out. Then I plus plus is done, so I becomes 1, and now it goes back to this 1 less than 5 true, and 1 is printed out. 1 is printed out. Then it goes to I plus plus, which makes the value of I 2. Then it goes to this 2 less than 5 true, and it is printed out 2. And then it goes to this, it becomes 3, 3 less than 5 true, 3 is printed out. Next, I plus plus, it becomes 4, 4 less than 5, and so 4 is printed out here. And at the end, this becomes 5, 5 less than 5 false, and the loop stops. Okay, the loop stops. So for and while loop works similarly. There are differences between them as to when to use which loop, but right now you don't have to know them. Okay, you don't have to know them. Once you start working on project, you'll come to know which is preferable and which is not. Alright, generally when we know how many times a loop or iteration has to be done, we use for loop. Okay, so leave it out of your mind. Do not worry about it. Alright, now let me delete this. Let me delete this. Okay, let me delete this. Let me do this, the same exercise that we had done in while loop. Okay, I want to get the multiplication table of 3 using for loop. Okay, using for loop. So I'll delete this, or let it be there. I'll modify it here itself. I'll say I equal to 1, and I'm saying it because we are starting from 1. Okay, I equal to 1, I less than 11. Alright, or you can also say I less than or equal to 10. It is left to you. I less than 11 or I less than or equal to 10. It is left to you. You can use both. I plus plus. And here I'll just say I into 3. Okay, I into 3, because we want multiplication table of 3. Alright, yes. So let me run it to get 369 till 30. Okay. So now let us try to analyze what is happening. When the for loop runs for first time, this is executed only once. Okay, only once. So I is equal to 1. Next, it is checked here. 1 less than 11, true or false. It is true, and so this is executed. Okay. So I value initially is 1. 1 into 3 is 3, and so 3 is printed. After this is executed, it goes here. The loop goes here. So I plus plus. So 1 plus plus or 1 plus 1, it is 2. Then it goes here. 2 less than 11, true, and so this is executed. Value of I is 2 now. 2 into 3 is 6, and we have 6. Next it goes here, and the same thing continues till the I value is 11. Okay, when I value is 11, 11 is not less than 11, and so the loop stops. Okay, yes. So this is how a for loop works. For loop works. Alright. Now I want you to go and practice this. But before we end this, I want to tell you about break and continue. Alright, break and continue. And for that, let me delete this. Let me delete this, and I'll write the program once again. For, I'll say int I equal to 0, not 1, I equal to 0, and I'll say I less than 5 and I plus plus. Alright, for. Next, the body, I'll say system dot out dot print ln, and here let me print I, the value of I itself. Okay, so let me run it to get this, and 0 1 2 3 4. All right, now here you see I'll have an if condition. I'll say if I is equal to, or let me have this as 10. All right, 10. If I is equal to 3, if I is equal to 3, and then break. All right. So now you can see I have modified this to be 10. So that means 0 1 2 3 4 till 9 will be getting. Okay, and I'm saying if I equal to 3, break. We have already seen how break works, correct? We have seen it in switch case statement. What does break do? It jumps out of a switch statement, correct? And in the same way here, break jumps out of the for loop when this condition is satisfied. Alright, now let me run this and show you the result, and you can see we have 0 1 2 as result. So now let us try to analyze what is happening. Initially I is equal to 0. Alright, I is equal to 0. 0 less than 10, it comes out as true. Next, this is executed. If I equal to 3, we are saying break. That means if I is equal to 3, stop the loop. So I is 0 in the first iteration. I is not equal to 3, and so this is skipped. Okay, this is skipped, and so I is printed out here, which is 0. Next, I plus plus, I becomes 1. 1 less than 10, true. It is not equal to 3, and it is skipped here, and 1 is printed out here. Next, it goes here. I plus plus 2, 2 less than 10, true. This is false. 2 is not equal to 3, and so this is skipped, and 2 is printed out, and we have it. Next, 3, it goes here and it becomes 3. 3 less than 10 is true, but here we have 3 is equal to 3, which comes out as true, and this is executed where we have break. So when break is executed, the loop stops. Okay, the loop stops and whatever is in the loop will be skipped or it will be terminated, and so you do not see 3 and the rest here. Okay, 3 and the rest here. So this will terminate the for loop. Whereas instead of break, if you have continue, see what we get. Let me run it, and you can see we have 0, 1, 2, no 3, but 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So using continue breaks that particular iteration only. Alright. That particular iteration is skipped and it proceeds to next iteration. We are not terminating the for loop, we are just skipping one iteration by using continue. So when I becomes 3, it will not be executed. This will not be executed. It will go to the next iteration. In next iteration I is 4 and it executes as normal. Alright. So breaks the loop, continue skips the iteration. Alright. Yes. So I want you to try these two too. Okay. Now you have learnt about if, else and else if statements, correct? In the previous section I had given you this exercise and I am assuming that you have written a program to get the result. Now switch statement is used instead of writing many else if or if else statements. Okay. Now let me explain the concept of switch case statement using an example. So let me go here. This is the exercise for which we have to write a program using switch case. Create a variable to store a letter. If the letter is a vowel, say vowel, else say consonant. Okay. So this is what we have to do. Now let me quickly write the switch case statement syntax here. Yes. So switch case statement goes like this. So switch and an expression which is similar to this, if and an expression, and then case is similar to else if. So we can have as many else ifs as we want in a program, and similarly we can have as many cases as we want. So this is first case, this is second case, I am relating this to this. Okay, this is third case, this is fourth case, and this is the final else, correct? So we have else at the end and this is final, and similarly we have various cases and at the end we have default. Okay, default keyword. So instead of else we use default keyword. Alright, so let me delete this. Let me delete this now. I am going to explain it by writing the program for this. So let me go here. Okay, create a variable to store a letter. So I want to store a letter, so it will be stored in string. Okay, string, and let me say letter is equal to, and I will assign the letter later. So let me just end it like this. Okay, end it like this. Next, what should we do? We have to check if the letter is a vowel. If it is a vowel, then say vowel. Alright, so let me use switch cases. Switch, and what are we checking? We are checking the letter, correct? We are checking the letter, and inside the brackets, okay, this is the syntax, switch letter and inside the brackets. So what do we have? Cases, case and colon. Okay, case and colon. I'll explain this, do not worry. case and colon, and inside case, what do we want? We want to say vowel if it is a vowel. Okay, so I'll say system dot out dot print ln. Okay, system dot out dot print ln, and I'll say vowel. Okay, vowel, and this is my first case. So here I'll end it and I'll say break. Okay, I'll say break. So similarly, I need to have many cases. So let me just copy this quickly. So I'll copy this here, and I'll copy this here, and I'll copy this here, I'll copy this here, and yeah. So A, E, I, O, U, and this is, so let me not have this. This is default. Okay, this is default, which is similar to else at the end of if else loop. Okay, and here consonant. Okay, consonant. Now I'll have a letter here. Okay, A. Okay, so what are the vowels? A, E, I, O, U. So what we are checking is whether the letter is A or E or I or O or U. Apart from all these are consonants, so default consonant. Okay, and since we are storing a string, this has to be in quotes. All right, this has to be in quotes, and we are checking with the string. These also have to be inside quotes. Okay, these also have to be inside quotes. If it was a number and you are checking numbers, then you don't have to wrap it in quotes. All right, yes. So this is how switch statement is written. So let me just run it to see if there are any errors. If there are any errors, we'll correct it and run it, and I'll explain how it works. Okay, so I'll run it to get vowel. Okay, I'm getting vowel, and let me say I, and I get a vowel. Let me say Z, and I'll get a consonant. Okay, so now let me explain how it works. The switch statement, okay, switch statement selects one of many code blocks to be executed. All right, the switch statement, in the switch statement we have an expression which is letter here. Now this is evaluated only once. All right, this is evaluated only once. The value of this is compared with the values of each case. Okay, each case. So these are the values of cases. So this is compared with values of each case. If there is a match, the associated block of code is executed. That means if I have, let us say, O here, first O will be here in the letter. It will check whether A is equal to O. A is not equal to O, and this will be skipped. Next it will go to second case. It will check whether E is equal to O. E is not equal to O, and so it will skip this. Next it goes to I, case I. I is equal to O. It will check whether I is equal to O. It is not equal to O, and so this is skipped. And it comes to this. It checks whether O is equal to O. O is equal to O, and so the associated block will be executed. Okay, so this will be executed, and we get vowel as result. Okay, vowel as result. And once it reaches break keyword of the associated block, okay, it stops the execution of rest of the codes. Okay, rest of the codes. All right, so this is how it works. So case and what we want the value to be. and it should end with a colon, not a semicolon but a colon. Okay, and inside we have the codes that we want to execute if there is a match. Now you can pause the screen and compare it with this. Okay, you can pause the screen. So let me put it like this. Alright, you can pause the screen and compare it with this. So this is like else if, else if, else if, else if, else if, and the conditions, and at the end default else. So when does else get executed? When there is no match, correct? Apart from all these conditions, if there is something else, then do this. Similarly, apart from all these conditions, if there is something else, do this. Okay, yes. So let me minimize this. Yeah. Now, when Java reaches break keyword, it breaks out of the switch block. Alright, it breaks out of the switch block. This will stop execution of more code and case testing inside the block. So if the Java executes this, then these will be skipped, or this will not be executed. Why should we execute? Correct? If a match is found, then we don't have to test the rest of the codes. Correct? So break will save a lot of execution time because it ignores the execution of rest of the codes in switch block. Alright? Now, the default keyword specifies some expression or statements which has to be run if there is no case match. Alright? So apart from A, E, I, O, U, if you enter anything, then this will be executed. As default is the last statement, you don't want a break in this. Okay, you don't have to have a break in this. Alright, now let me show you what happens if we do not have break. So let me not remove, let me comment it out. Okay, let me comment it out. Now we have O here and we have O here, and when I run this, you can see I get vowel and vowel. So what has happened is case O, in this O is equal to O, and so this is executed, and next this is executed, okay, without case checking. Alright, so this is executed and this is executed. So when both are executed, next is this. So when break is executed, it stops. When break is executed, it stops. So these two are executed one after the other as there is no break in between them. Alright. So let me have A here. Okay, let me have A here, and let me remove the comment, and I will have comments here and here. Alright. So I have commented out two breaks. So let me run, and you can see I have vowel here. This is because I have break here. This is because I have break here, and it ends the code here. Now let me comment this out too. Let me comment this out too. Now, so I have vowel of this, vowel of this, vowel of this, and vowel of this. So I have four vowels here, and after four vowels the break is encountered and the execution stops here. Okay, until the switch block encounters a break, it will keep on executing the expressions. Alright, so a break is required to come out of the switch statement. Okay, switch statement. So this is how switch case works. And now we can modify this. I hope you have understood. So we can modify this. Let me modify and show it to you. So case E, alright, case I, alright, case O, and case U. Okay, case U. So let me bring it to the same O and U. Alright, and all these are not required. So case A, E, I, O, U. So when you have A, E, I, O, U, this is the result, correct? This is the result. So it is enough if you write this much instead of writing a very lengthy case blocks. Okay. So let me run it to get vowel. So I'll say U and run it to get vowel, and I'll say P to get the result as consonant. Okay. So what we basically mean is, if A is the letter, then do this. If E is the letter, do this. I do this. O do this, and U do this. Or in other words, if we have A, E, I, O, U in letter, then execute this. It is the same for all 5. So do this. If not, if it is something else, then by default execute this. Okay, execute this. So this is how you can combine the cases if what you want as a result is same. Alright, so I hope you have understood. This is how the switch statement works. Okay, yes. Now I have an exercise for you. So here is your exercise which you have to execute it so that you understand the concept properly. Create a variable to store a number. Okay, you need to create a variable to store a number. If the number stored in the variable is 1, say Sunday. If it is 2, say Monday. If it is 3, say Tuesday, and so on. Okay. And if the number is something else, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Okay, you have these numbers, 7 numbers. So apart from these 7 numbers, if you enter something else, then say invalid. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for 7 different days of the week. If something else is entered, for example 23 is stored in a number, then say invalid. Alright. So use switch case statement to get the result. Alright. Yes. So you know how to create a variable, right? So let me quickly create a string and name it as fname and store the value Ravi in it. Alright. So print it. So to print it out, I have to say system.out.println, and I have to say fname and end it with a semicolon. Okay. So now when I run it, I get Ravi as output. Now this here is a single value which is stored in a variable. Correct? Now what if I want to store multiple values inside a single variable? Is it possible? No, it is not possible. So let me check to make sure. So Ravi is one value and I want to save Ram as second value. Okay. So now when I run it, I get an error. Alright. So I cannot store these two values inside this variable. So it is not possible. So this is when arrays come into the picture. Inside an array, you can store as many values as you want. Or in other words, you can store multiple values inside a single variable, and that variable would be called as an array. Okay. So now let us create an array of string. To create an array, you have to make some modifications to this. First is, soon after the data type, you have to open and close square brackets. Okay, so you need to have this after the data type. So this is to say that we are creating an array of strings. Okay, so next is the name of the array. So this is f name. So f name would be the name of the array, and then the values that will be stored inside the array. Okay, so I have two names here. So let me quickly add one more, or let me add two more. Okay, Mahesh. Okay, so these four are the values that will be stored in this array. Okay, the values of an array are called as elements. So we do not say values now, we call these as elements of the array f name. Now this is not enough. Okay, this is not complete. The elements of an array should be inside curly brackets. So opening and closing. Okay, so inside curly brackets should be the values or elements of the array. So now it is fine. Okay, so after data type, opening and closing square brackets, and the elements of the array inside curly brackets. Alright, so this is an array of 4 elements. Okay, now we cannot print the elements of array like this. So we cannot directly use println and fname. So if we run it, we'll get an error. Okay, we'll get some unwanted result. To access the elements of an array, we need to use something called as index number. Okay, the index number starts from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. Okay, so it starts from 0. So the first element of an array will have index number 0. Second element of an array will have index number 1. Third element will have index number 2 and so on. Okay, so if you want to access this element which is in second position in this array, you have to say fname and inside square brackets 1. Okay, inside square bracket 1. So why 1? Let me tell you. So when I run it, I get run. 1 because 1 is the index number of this element. So 0 is the index number of this, 1 is for this, 2 is for this, 3 is for this. Okay, so if I want to access Ram, I need to use 1. If I want to access Ravi, this would be 0. Okay, so let me run it to get Ravi as output. Okay, Ravi as output. Now 0, 1, 2, 3. So what happens if I have 4 here? So let me do that. 4 and run, and I get an error. Okay, I get an error saying index out of bounds. Alright, so we only have 4 elements, meaning only index number from 0 to 3 are available. Okay, so anything above 3 would be out of range. Alright, so that is why this is giving us an error. Okay, now to check how many elements are there in an array, we use length property. Okay, we use length property. So let me remove this. So it would be system.out.println fname dot length. Okay, fname dot length. So now let me run it to get 4, meaning there are 4 elements in an array. Okay, so here let me have David, and now let me run it to get 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 elements in this array. So this length property gets you the total number of elements in an array. Okay, so array is used to store multiple values. Okay, so I hope you have understood. Now we can change the element of an array. So let us do that. So let me have f name and inside brackets 1. Okay, so system.print 1. So now I would be getting ram as the output because ram is in index number 1 position. Okay, now let me change it. So how do we change it? By saying f name, okay, f name, and inside square brackets, the index number of the element that you want to change. So I want to change ram, correct? So I'll say ram, I'll say 1, okay, because it is in index position 1. Now what do I want to change it to? I want to change it to Asha. Alright, I want to change it to Asha. So Asha should be in quotes. Alright, yes. So now let me check. Let me copy this once again. Let me copy this and let me check the result. So you can see I have Ram and Asha. So before changing, when I accessed the element in first index position, I got Ram, and after changing it, when I accessed the element in position 1, I got Asha. Okay, that means I have replaced Ram with Asha. So using index numbers, you can replace the elements like this. Okay, yes. Now this is about string. So if you have strings inside an array, you need to use double quotes. If you have numbers, integers or any double values, then you don't have to use quotes. Okay, so let us check that. So let me delete this, and let me delete this too. All right, so now let me create an array of integers. So int, open and close square brackets, and let me say age. Okay, I'm creating an array of age. So age is equal to, and inside curly brackets, I'll say 21, 34, 54, 22, 34 and 76. Okay, so I have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, I have 7 ages inside, or 7 elements inside this array. Okay, inside this array. So let me close this. All right, so now let me access the value that is at position 4. So 0 1 2 3 4. So I should be getting 22 f name. Sorry, it is not f name, it is age. All right, I should be getting 22 as result. Okay, 22 as result. All right, so now you don't have to use quotes. Now we can access individual elements like this. But what if we want to print out each element one after the other? So I want to print out 21, and in next line 34, next line 54, next line 22, next line 22, next 34, and next 76. So how can we do that? To do that, we need to use for loop. Okay, for loop. So let me show you how it works. So let me delete this. So I'll say for. Okay, I'll say for, and inside brackets, I is equal to 0. I'll tell you what it is later. I'll write the codes now. I equal to 0, and I'll say I less than 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so I'll say I less than 7. All right, I less than 7, and then I'll say I plus plus. Okay, I plus plus. Then I'll open this and I'll say system dot out dot print ln, and inside I'll say age and I. Okay, so now let me run it. For I equal to 0, variable I, for int I equal to 0. Okay, so I had forgotten to mention the data type, so it had given me this error. So now you can see all the elements of the array is printed out, okay, one after the other. Now let us see what is happening here. For, okay, we are using for loop. I equal to 0. What is this I? This is a variable which stores value which corresponds to index. So we are saying start from index 0. Okay. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Correct? We want to access all the values one after the other. So this 0 is nothing but index value. So first we say I equal to 0. First value, for first value I equal to 0. Okay. Then it checks whether I is less than 7. So 0 is less than 7. Correct. So it prints out this. What is this? Age, which is the name of the array, and I. What is I for first iteration? It is 0. So age 0. So what is in 0th index position of age array? 21. So 21 will be printed out. Okay. Next I plus plus will be done. So this will be 1. This will be 1. So it checks whether I is less than 7. 1 is less than 7. So this is true, and so this will be printed out. In the second iteration, age and 1 will be here. So 1, what does 1 mean? Index number 1. So 34. So 34 will be printed out. Next I plus plus will be done. I becomes 2 and it progresses in the same way till I value becomes 7. Okay. So when I value becomes 7, I less than 7 is, or 7 less than 7 is not true, and so the for loop ends. Okay, for loop ends. Alright, so this is how you access each elements one after the other. Alright, now this for loop is not efficient, because see now if I have one more value 32, okay, if I have one more value, and if I run it, I get values only till 76. This is skipped out. Correct? So if I add an element here, I need to change here too. So I need to make this 8. Correct? Now let me remove this. Let me remove 76 too. So when I run it, I get an error. So I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements here. I am saying I less than 7. So it runs till 6, but there is no 6th element here, or 6th index position element here. So it gives me an error. Alright. So when I change elements inside an array, I need to change this too. But can we do something to this for loop so that no matter what change we do to this array, this works perfectly? Okay. So it should not matter whether you add elements to the array or you remove elements from the array. The code should run properly. That means it should get all the elements in the output, and it should not give us any error too if the number of elements are less. Can we do something like that? Yes, we can do something like that, and that is by removing this and saying age dot length. Okay, age dot length. So we have learned how to use length property, correct? We have learned how to use length property. So when we say age dot length, I value, it will be less than or until it is less than until I is less than age dot length, this will work perfectly, and this will work every single time. It doesn't matter if you add or remove elements. Okay, so now let me run it, and you can see I have all the elements here. So let me remove this and let me run it, and I have result here, correct? So it doesn't matter whether you add or remove elements. So let me add 11, 34, 98, 86, 87, 45. Okay, so I have many elements here. Still, when I run it, I get all the elements in the output. Okay, so I less than age dot length can be used to get a perfect result. Okay, now proceeding further, what I want to do is I want to get the result backward. Okay, I want to start iteration from this and go till here. Okay, so I want 45 first, 87 next, 54 next, 98 next, and 21 last. So what change can we do to this to iterate backwards? What do you think? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10. So 10 are there, correct? 10 or 11 elements are there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 elements are there. So I should be 10. Okay, so I should be 10 first. Alright, next I should be greater than or equal to 0. Okay, I should be greater than or equal to 0, and I should be minus here. Okay, minus here. So now when we run it, we get from 45 till 21. So we are starting from index 10. Okay, index 10, and we are reducing 1 after every loop. Okay, after every loop. All right, so I hope it is clear. Now I want you to make a change to this. I want you to make a change to this so that this will run perfectly. This will run perfectly even though you add or remove elements from the array. Okay, so let me have 34 and 65 here. So let me run it, and I get this. I get from 45 itself, correct? I get from 45 itself. But if I remove this many, okay, if I remove this many and run it, I get an error. So I should not get this error. No matter how many elements I add or delete, I should get all the results here. So what change can be done to this program? So think about this. Okay, take this as an exercise. All right. So I'll show you the answer in the next video, and we will continue the topic from there. All right. All right. There is a variation of for loop called as for each loop, and that is what we will be learning in this section. Okay. But before we do that, let us look at the answer for the exercise that I had given in the previous section. Okay. So I had asked you to modify this. so that no matter how many elements you add or delete from this array, you must get an output. Okay, so I hope you have solved it. I will be very happy if you have solved it or written program for it. But all you need to do is write age dot length minus 1. Okay, so age dot length gets you the length of the array, and minus 1 gets you the value of index. So you know that index starts from 0, correct? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So even though 8 elements are there, index is maximum till 7. Correct? Index is maximum till 7, or index value will be 1 less than the number of elements in an array. Correct? So here in this example, age dot length will get you 8 because we have 4 and 4, 8 elements. So 8 minus 1 is 7. 8 minus 1 is 7. So for int I equal to 7, and this will proceed as normal. Okay, so let us run it, and we get this. Let me add few more, 33 and 75 and 12. So let me run it, and I get everything perfectly. So it starts from 12. Let me delete this. Okay, let me delete this much, and let me run it, and I get 4 output properly. Okay, so this is how you can modify the for loop to get result properly every single time. Okay, yes. So now let me modify this for normal iteration from for. Okay, so I'll say for I equal to 0, I less than, right, I less than, what is it, age dot length. Okay, age dot length, and I plus plus. All right, so let me run it, and I get 21, 34, 54 and 22. Okay, now this is by using for loop, normal for loop. Now instead of using for loop to iterate through all the values one by one, we also have an option to use for each loop. Okay, for each loop. So let me comment this out. All right, let me comment this out too. Okay, yeah, let me comment this out, and let me show you how for each works. So let me enter here. Yeah, for each works. So for each starts with the word for itself. Okay, for itself, and inside brackets we need to type something. We'll do that later, do not worry. And curly brackets to mention the body. What do we want to do every single time? We want to print the value or elements of the array, correct? So I'll say system dot out dot print ln, and here something. All right, something. We'll see what this is later. So basically inside the body of for loop we have the same thing. So if you see here and here, it is same. All right, now what goes in for each loop is a variable. All right, a variable. So here you need to create a new variable. So let us do that. Int num. All right, int num. So why is it int? Because we have integer values here. Integer values. So if you are iterating through integer values, you have to create an integer variable, and num is the name of the variable. So you can take any name. All right, I have used num, that's all. You can use any name, and separated by a colon is the name of the array. Alright? So separated by the colon is the name of the array. And inside this will be the name of this variable. Okay, this variable. So now let me run it and see the result I get. So I get the same result. Okay, so let me add one more to show you that it works. So I have added 44. So let me run it and I can see I have 44. So now let me tell you how this works. What we are saying is, in the age array, start from first element. Store that first element in this variable num and print it out. So in the first iteration, 21, the element value 21 from age array will be stored in num and it will be printed out. In the second iteration, 34 element from the age, what is age? Age is array. From age array will be stored in num and it will be printed out. In the third iteration, 54 element from the age array will be stored in num and it will be printed out. And this will continue till the end. Okay, so you don't have to worry about adding or deleting elements. You can add as many elements as you want. You can delete as many as you want. That doesn't affect this at all. And you don't have to write any special codes to take care of it. So you don't have to use length. Okay, you don't have to increment it. You don't have to start from 0th index number. You don't have to do that. Or in other words, you don't have to do all these. This will take care of all these things. Okay, for each loop takes care of everything. So when you use for each loop, this is for each loop. When you use for each loop, the iteration starts from first element and moves till last element. And every single time, each element will be stored in this array and the operation which we mentioned in the body will be carried out. So here in this case we are just printing it, that's all. So each one after the other, each element will be stored and printed out. Alright, so that is how for each loop works. Okay, so basically we have reduced this to this, and this is pretty simple when you compare it with this, correct? So this is simple than this. Alright, yes. Alright, in this section we will learn some operations that can be performed on an array. Okay, now you know how to create an array, right? So let me quickly create one of int, and the name of the array is age, and the elements, let it be 23, 33, 43, 12 and 2. Alright, now see, this is an array of age. Okay, so there are 5 ages here, and we can do some operations on it. But what if I want to add an element to this array? How many elements are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 elements in this array. But what if I want to add one more element to this array? Can I do that? So let me check it. So I'll say age, and I'll say, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to add one more element for the 5th index number. Okay, so I'll say 5. So I want to add an element to 5th index position, and let me say 35. So is it possible to do this? Is it possible? No, we cannot add an element like this to an array. This is not possible. Okay. Now, this is not practical too, meaning while programming, we cannot create an array like this, meaning we will not be knowing the element values while creating an array. Alright. So instead of creating an array like this, we follow a different step or different method. Okay. So what we do is we say int, alright, and then brackets and age, alright, or whatever the name you want to give for the array, and then we say is equal to new int and brackets. Alright, so this is how we create an array. We say int bracket and name of the array that you want to give, and we say new int and brackets. Alright, brackets, square brackets. Inside the square brackets, we mention the number of elements that we want to have in the new blank array. Okay, so let me say 5. So what happens is this creates a new array with 5 blank elements in it. Alright, so this is just like creating. So let me have it commented out. So this is similar to creating int age equal to and 0, 0, 0, 0 and 0. Alright, so this creates this. Okay, so this is equal to this. This is what it creates. Alright, now you can add elements to this. Okay, now you can add elements to this. Adding in the sense replacing. Okay, replacing this value by some value, this value by some value, this value by some value, and so on. So let me do that now. So I'll say age, and I want to replace the first 0 by 23. Okay, so 23. So age 0, what is 0? Index number, and 23. Alright. So what happens is in this array of age, the first value will be 23, rest will be 0. So I want second element to be 12. Alright, second element has one index number 12. So we will have an array which is 23, 12, 0, 0, 0. And in the same way, you can go on adding or go on modifying the elements of this array. Okay, so this is how we do it. We create a blank array. By saying new and the data type along with the number of elements that you want to have in the array, and then go on replacing the values. Alright, so as you do a project, as you work on a project, this will come naturally to you. Alright, now let us see some operations that can be performed on an array. Okay, so I'm going to create an array of double data type. Alright, and I'm going to name it as temperature, and inside I will be storing -3, -4.0, 5, 21.3, -4 and 2.4. All right. Now I have an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elements. Okay. So here you can see I have an integer value as element of this array of double type. Even though I have an integer, it will be stored as double value, or it will be stored as minus 3.0. So let us check it out. I'll say system dot out println, and here temperature, and let me say 0. Okay, and let me end it with this, and let me run to get minus 3.0. So you can see that even though I have typed an integer value, it will be stored as double value here. Okay. Now let me delete this. So I have a set of temperatures here. Let me have a for loop. I'll say for, you know how to use for loop. I'll say int, for int I equal to 0. Okay. I less than temperature dot length. Okay, temperature dot length. So you know about this. I'm not going to explain once again. Temperature dot length I plus plus. All right, I plus plus. And then what I want to do is I want to check if the temperature is positive or negative. Okay, if the temperature is positive, then I want to print it out. If it is negative, then I want to neglect it. Okay, so let me have an if condition here. So if, so how can we check it? Temperature and I. Okay, so we have to check one by one, correct, where I is equal to index number. If temperature I greater than 0, we are checking if the value is greater than 0, then system dot out println. Okay, I want to print it out. So temperature and I. Okay, temperature and I. So that's all. All right. So let us run it and see the output. Yeah. So 5, 21.3 and 2.4 are the result that I have. Meaning, or what I have here is the positive numbers. Okay. So what happens here is every single time, for every value of the array, meaning every element of this array, it is checked whether the value is greater than 0. When it is greater than 0, it is printed out. And I have not written any else condition. So if the temperature is not greater than 0, it will be neglected. Okay, it will be neglected. So you can have conditions like this, or you can perform conditions, you can perform operations like this on an array. All right. Now let us modify this. Let us say that we want to count the number of values that are positive. Okay. So now it is a small array which has 6 elements. So here you can count the values directly. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 positive values. But when the array becomes bigger, it will be difficult for you to count whatever you are trying to count. Okay. So at that time, whatever you are going to learn now will be helpful. Okay. Now I want to count the number of positive values. All right. So what can we do? Let me create a variable by the name count and set it to 0. Okay. So I have created a variable by the name count and I have set the value to 0. Okay. So here this if condition executes or comes this condition comes out as true only when the value is positive, correct? So this will be true when the temperature is positive, and that is what we are trying to count, correct? How many positive values are there in this array. So what we want here inside this if condition is count equal to count plus 1. Okay, count equal to count plus 1. And now I want to print it out. So I'll say system dot out dot println, and here I'll say number of positive values, and here I'll say count. Okay, here I'll say count. Alright, so now let me check if it works. So here you can see number of positive values 0, number of positive values 0. So this is happening every single time, but we do not want this because it is inside for loop. So we are getting this every time. So let me cut it and let me paste it outside the for loop. Okay, outside the for loop. And now let me run it. And you can see number of positive values 3. So previously what was happening is for every iteration, this was being printed out. So I pasted it outside the for loop. Okay. So now see what is happening here. If the temperature value is greater than 0, then it is positive. So it will be printed. Okay, it will be printed and count will be updated. So what is the initial value of count? It is 0. So when this comes out as true for the first time, so 0 plus 1 will be 1. So the new value of count will be 1. When this becomes true once again, this will be 1 plus 1, 2. So the new value of count will be 2. When this becomes true once again, this will be 2 plus 1, 3. And the new value of count will be 3. And at the end, after all the values are iterated by the for loop, the total number of positive values will be printed out. Okay, total number of positive values will be printed out. Alright, yes. So this was basic introduction for the operations that can be performed on an array. Alright, there are much more things that can be done on an array, but as you are a beginner, I think this is enough for now. Okay, now I have an exercise for you. I want the average of these values. Okay, I want the average of these values. Alright, I want to print it out here. So pause the screen and go ahead and try it out. I'll be showing you the solution in a few seconds. Alright? Alright. So here is the solution for the exercise. I have created a variable by the name sum and assigned the value 0 to it. And sum is of double type. Inside the for loop and outside the if condition, I have written this. Okay, sum equal to sum plus temperature. Why is it outside if? Because I want to add all the values, not just positive values, correct? So what is this if condition for? This is to check if the element is positive or not. I do not want to add just positive element here for finding out average. I want all, and so it is outside if. Okay, so sum equal to sum plus temperature I. Now this is done, and here I have one more variable by the name average. Okay, I have declared one more variable by the name average, and in this I am storing the value that I get when I divide sum, finally sum divided sum by temperature length. Okay, length of this. So how much is it? 6. Okay, so total sum divided by 6 is the average. Alright, and that is what I am printing it out here. Okay, so I have got this result. So if you have done it in a different way, then it is wonderful. Alright, yes. Methods are also called as functions. Now these methods or functions are discrete units of codes. They enable us to break up a large program into small pieces. Alright. Now when you are working on a project, the project may have hundreds or thousands of lines. When the program becomes bigger, it becomes difficult to understand it and maintain it. And so we use functions to break the large program into small pieces. Alright. Now, up until now, we were writing our program in main method. Okay. So this is a method. Main is a method. So this is required. And this is executed first. Okay. So I'll explain about this. I told you that I'll be explaining about this when it matters. So now is not once again the time. So let us not worry about it. Now, just to know that main is a method. Okay, main is a method. So when I click on run button, I get hello as output. So whatever is inside this main method will be executed when I click on run. Okay. Now let me create one more method. To create one more method, I need public. Alright, this is required. Static and void. I'll tell you the meaning of this later. And here you can give any name to the method. Alright, just like you can give any name to the variables, you can give any name to a method too. So let me say sec method. Okay, second method. Alright, and we mention that it is a method by having two brackets. So one opening and one closing. So this is a method now. Alright, this is a method. And here we need to have curly brackets for the body. So whatever is written inside this will be the body of the method. Okay. So I have created a method here. And inside the curly braces will be the body of the method. Okay. Now here let me write system.out.println, and here I'll write 24. Okay, 24. Now let me run it. And I get only hello. That is because only the main method is executed by default. Okay, so this is executed by default. You don't have to call it. Whenever you run the program, the main method gets executed by default. Alright, but other methods which are in the program, which are created by us, have to be called explicitly. Alright, we have to call it or we have to invoke it. That is what it is called. In a program, we call a method. So generally we call it from inside another method. Okay. So let me call it here. So to call it, we just have to say sec method and brackets. Alright, sec method and brackets. So this is how you call it. So let me run it. And you get hello and 24. Now let me explain. When the program runs, it searches for main method. Okay, it searches for main method. So main method has to be there compulsorily. So whatever is inside the main method will be executed now. So inside main method we have this. So hello is printed out. Okay, and after this the sixth line is executed. What is this sixth line? We are calling this method. What is this method? It is here. So it searches for sec method and it is available here, and whatever is inside the sec method is executed next. So 24 is executed next. Okay. Now let me have one more sentence. Let me copy this and I'll say there. Okay, I'll say there here. Now when I run it, I get hello 24 and there. Now let me explain what is happening. So when the program runs, it searches for main method and it executes it first by default. Okay, we don't have to call this method like this. All right, so this is executed. So line number 5 is executed. So we have hello, and then in the next line we have called sec method. So the control goes to 10th line. This is executed. 24 is executed. So after this, it is end now. It goes back to this line, 7th line, or whatever is after the method. So 7th line, and 7th line is executed, and we have there here. Alright, we have there here. So this is how we create a method. We use public static void and we mention the name of the method along with 2 brackets. Okay, so the curly braces and whatever is inside the curly braces form the body of the method. Alright, now you can call a method as many times as you want. So if I have sec method here, let me run it, and you can see we have hello 24 and there. And if I have one more here, we will have 3 24s and there. So you can call a method as many times as you want. Alright, next, let me delete this. Let me delete this. Yeah. Now, in the method that you create, we can do everything that we can do in the main method. Okay. So what did we do in the main method? We declared variables, correct? We had if conditions, we had for loops, while loops, and we created arrays also, correct? So anything that you can do in the main method can be done in the other methods too. Alright, so let me do that now. I'll say int and a equal to 23. Okay, int a equal to 23, and here I'll say a. Okay, so now let me run this, and you can see hello and 23 gets printed out. So hello from this method, and I've called the second method in the first method. So this is executed and this is printed out. So we have hello and 23. Okay, now I'll call this once again. And you can see we have hello 23 and 23. Alright, So we have called twice, and so it has come two times. Okay. Now you must remember that every time a method is called, it starts fresh. It starts fresh. Now here we have 23, here we have 23. Now the question that may come to you is whether there are duplicate copies of A. Okay, there are duplicate copies of A. No, duplicate copies of A will not be made. So when this is called once, it starts fresh. Okay, this will be executed fresh, and when this gets executed, it will be executed fresh. So there will not be two copies of A and 23. Alright. So you can have anything inside the second method that you had learnt for first method. Okay. Now let me delete this and let me create one more method. Okay. So here let this be there, and I'll copy this entire thing. Okay, just to save time, and I'll paste it here. Alright. And I'll say THIRD, third method. Okay, third method, and here let me say okay, just to show you the output, I'll have this. Okay, and I want to call this third method from second method. Okay, so I'll say THIRD method and brackets and like this. Alright, so now let us execute this and see what is happening. So I'll run it, and you can see hello 23 there. So what has happened is, first main method is executed by default. You don't have to call it like this. Okay, so when this method gets executed, this is printed out and second method is called. So when second method is called, the control goes to this. Okay, so A is initialized as 23 and it is printed out. After that, third method is called. So when third method is called, this is executed and you have there. Okay, so here if I have one more line, let me have the end, and when I run it, we get the end at the end and not after hello. Okay, so even though hello and the end are in the same method, soon after this line we have called a method. So without executing this, the control from here goes to this. So whatever is inside the body will be executed. At the end of this we have third method. So third method will be executed, and after this the control goes to this line and this is printed out. Okay, so this is how methods work. There are many things that we need to learn about methods, but I think for this video this is enough. I want you to go out and practice by creating some methods, and I want you to create more than one method too. Alright? In the next section, we will learn to pass data from one method to another. Alright? Alright. In this section, we will learn how to pass data from one method to another. Okay? This is because a method cannot access the data of other methods. Alright? So I'll type it here and I'll explain it. So let us begin. So here in the main method, this is main method. In the main method, I'll say int age equal to 30. Okay, int age equal to 30, and I'll say system dot out dot println, and I'll say age, and when I hit the run button, you can see I get 30 as output. Correct? Now let me create one more method, and let me copy this. Okay, let me copy this and delete this much. So I'll say details. Alright, I'll say details. So details is the name of the method that I'm creating, and here let me have the same system dot out dot println and age. All right, age. So here let me delete this. Let me delete this. Let me delete this, and let me call the method or function. Okay. So in this method I am saying age equal to 30, and here I am trying to print age out. Okay. So when I click on run button, I get an error. This is because this method details is not able to access the data from this method. Where is age? Age is in main method, correct? Age is inside main method. That means it is valid only for this method. Okay, so it has a local scope here. So I will not go about scope, but just remember that this variable which has been declared inside this method can only be used inside this method. Okay, and here when I try to access it in another method, this method, we are not able to do that. We are not able to do that. So what shall we do? Let us say int age equal to 45. All right, int age equal to 45. So now when I run it, you can see I get 45. Now here you can see in this method I had declared the variable age as 30. In this method I am declaring the age as 45. This is possible now. As this variable is only for main, we can have one more variable by the same name which is valid for this method only. Okay, so this is for this method and this is for this method. Okay, now let us learn to pass data from one method to another. Okay, I will delete this now. I will delete this. Okay, and here I'll make slight modification. So I'll say int age, and in the second line I'll say age equal to 30. Okay, so here I'm declaring a variable, a blank variable age, and here I'm assigning 30 to age. All right, now in this, okay, in this method I will say int, okay, int, and I will say age. All right, so int and age. So here whatever I'm declaring inside the parenthesis is called as parameter. Okay, so here this is called as parameter. Now I'm calling the function here, correct? So details, so you know about calling functions, we have learnt in a previous video. So here I am calling function, correct? Here I can pass data. I'll say 45. I'll say 45. Now what happens is when I hit run button, you can see I get 45. I'll have 48 here, and you can see when I hit run button I get 45. Now what is happening is when the program runs, it runs the main method first. So int age 30 will be done, and then it will call this function. When this function or method is called or is being called, this is being passed to the function. Okay, while this function is being called, 48 value is being passed to the function. Now where is the function or method? It is here. Okay, and inside the brackets we have declared a variable. So what happens is 48 will be stored in age. So just connect these two. Inside brackets inside brackets. Whatever is inside bracket, whatever is inside bracket. So both are connected. Okay. So this 48 will be stored in the variable age. Okay, age. And here I am trying to print it out. Okay. Now this age and this age are different. Alright. This is for this method. This is for this method. Now here I'll say just num. Okay, number. So num. Even then, let me have 78 and run it. Okay, it is here. NUMB. Alright. So let me change it and you can see I get 78. So here I'm calling this function by passing 78 value. So this 78 value will be stored in the variable num. And I'm saying that I'm passing integer value. So I have to pass integer value only. So in the num, 78 is stored, and in the next line or in the method, I'm just printing it out. Okay, num. So 78. Alright. Now, this is done. You can pass values like this. You can also pass variables directly. So here I have said int age equal to 30, correct? So I'll pass this. I'll pass this variable. I'll say age. Alright, I'll say age. And here let me have 31 just to show you how it works. So I'll say 31, and when I hit run, you can see I get 31. Now let us see what is happening here. When the program runs, it executes main method first. Okay, it executes main method first. Int age, I'm initializing a variable. Next line, age equal to 31. I'm saying age variable should have 31 value. And in the next line, I'm calling the function or method details. And when calling details, I'm passing age variable. So what is this age variable? It is this. What is inside age variable? The value 31. So this 31 will be stored in number variable. Okay. And this is printed out next. Alright. This is printed out next. So like this, you can pass values or variables to methods. Alright. The variables declared in the parenthesis here are called as parameters, and the values passed are called as arguments. Okay. So this is called as an argument. We are passing an argument to this parameter. Okay. So this is called as argument. This is called as parameter. Alright. Now, whenever we declare a variable, we need to mention data type, correct? So that is also what we had done here. So this is this. Clear? Now, take a look at this and take a look at this. Are they looking similar? Yes, right? So this is data type, this is data type, integer, and this is also data type. What is it? It is an array of strings. You know how to create a blank array, correct? We have learnt about arrays. So this is a blank array. This is integer, this is blank array. What is this num? It is just a name that we have given. This can be anything. Okay, I can say 1 2 3 num 1 2 3 and it still works. I have to change 1 2 3 and it works here. Alright, it is just a name that we have given for the variable. This is also a name for the variable. Okay, this is also a name for the variable. This can be anything. This can be anything. Here I'll say ETF. Okay, ETF. Simply I'm giving random name. Okay, so ETF, it still works. Alright, so this is the name of a variable, and we are saying we will pass an array of strings for this variable. Okay, that is all you need to know for now. Do not worry about this right now. but just know that this is method, this is a method. You know what method is, method or function. And for this method we have this parameter, for this method we have this parameter. All right, yes, so that is second thing. Now you know that functions or methods can be used or called as many times as we want, correct? So we can use the same function as many times as we want. So we can pass different values and call the function. All right, so let us do that now. We have called by passing age. Here once again I'll say details and I'll pass 245 inside it. Okay, and when I hit run, you can see I get 31 and 245 as output. So what is happening? First time it is calling the function details by passing age 31 to this variable. Okay, next time it is calling the function by passing 245 for this variable. All right, and then it is printing out. In the same way, if I have details and I'll have 47, and when I run it I get 47. So you can call the function as many times as you want by passing different values. All right, yes. Next, let me delete this. All right, and let me change this back to num. Yeah. Now we can also declare multiple parameters in a method. So how many parameters have we declared here? Only one. All right. We can declare multiple parameters in a method by separating them by using a comma. Okay, and these can be of any data types. All right, so let us do that now. I'll say age. Okay, age of int type and double of height. Okay, height variable of type double, and let me say string and name. Okay, I'll say f name. All right, so here in this method I'm declaring three parameters. All right, one is age of int data type, one is height of double data type, one is f name of string data type. All right, now when I have these three, I need to pass three values. All right, so age you can pass directly 31, it is of int type, fine, comma, I'll say comma, and for height I will pass 5.1. okay, it is of double data type, and comma, for name I'll say Ravi. All right, I'll say Ravi. So I'm passing age 31 for age, 5.1 for height, Ravi for f name. Okay, so here let me print it out. I'll say age plus height plus f name. Okay, now can you guess the result of this? So let me hit run and explain it to you. So you can see I have 36.1 Ravi. All right, now what is happening here is 31 is being passed for age and 5.1 is being passed for height. I'm saying age plus height, so it will do 31 plus 5.1, which is 36.1. You know about this, correct? We have learnt about this. And then we have one more plus, but after plus we have a string. So 36.1 and Ravi together is printed out. Okay, so that is what is happening here. Okay, so this is how you can declare multiple parameters and pass multiple values for methods. All right. In this section, we will learn to return data from a method. Alright? Now, this is the main method. When a Java program runs, it will execute the main method first. Okay? So I had explained about this too, correct? So do not worry too much about this for now. Okay? In the method, I have a line to print out hello world. Okay? Now let me create one more method. Let me copy this and paste it, and let me name the method as num, and I want to pass an integer, so I'll say int and x. Okay, so x is the name of the variable, and here let me delete this and say x. Okay, now when I hit the run button, I get hello world as the output. That is because when the Java program runs, it runs the main method. Okay, so main method is this. So it executes whatever is in the body of the main method. Even though this is a method, it is not called explicitly, correct? So we need to do that now. So let me call out num. All right, let me call out num, and while calling, I have to pass something for x, because I'm saying I want to create x where I'll be sending a value, but we have not sent anything here. So let us do that. So I'll say 3, and when I hit run button, I get hello world and 3. Okay. Now placing this above this will get you 3 first and hello world next. So when the main function or method executes, it will call the number method by passing 3 to the x. It is printed out, and as soon as it reaches the end of the body, it goes to the calling function and then continues the program. Okay? Yes. You know that once the end of the body is reached, it will return back to calling program, correct? Now, we can use a return keyword and manually return from a method. Alright? So let me say return. Okay? Return. And let me hit run. This does the same thing. Even with this or without this, the result is same. Okay, so even if you have written here or do not have written here, as soon as the end of the body is reached, it will go back or return back to the calling statement. Okay, so this here doesn't have any function. Now let me place this above this. Now when I hit run button, you can see I have an error. Let us see what that error is. When I hit run button, it executes main method first. And in main method, the first line is calling the function. So num3. I'm passing 3 to number method here. Okay, here. But then in this method, the first line itself is written. So it returns back to the calling function without executing this. Okay, so as soon as the return keyword is encountered, the control goes back to the calling statement, and anything after return is not executed, and so it says unreachable statement. So this is out of reach because we have return here. All right, now let us modify this. I'll use if. Okay, if, and I'll say x. If x is greater than 5, and let me have return here. Okay, I'll have return here. All right, now let me run this and I get 3 and hello world. Okay, let me change it to 7 and run it and I get hello world only. Now let us try to analyze what is happening here. As soon as I run the program, main method gets executed. First is num and 7. So 7 is being passed to x, and in the next line we have an if condition. So it checks whether x is greater than 5. If x is greater than 5, then it returns back to the calling function without executing rest of the program. Okay, so now I'm passing 7. 7 is greater than 5. So this comes out as true, and so return is executed and the control goes back to the calling function. Okay, so this is not printed out. Whereas if I have, let us say 1, okay, and let me run it, I get 1 and hello world. So when this is executed, when this line executes, 1 gets passed to x, and we have an if condition here, x greater than 5. So this comes out as false, and so this is printed out. Okay, this is executed. So the return doesn't execute because this is false. So we have 1 and hello world. Okay, yes. Now let me delete this. Let me delete this and let me delete the if condition too. Okay, now we can return a value back to the calling statement too. Okay, we can return a value too. So let me say return, okay, return 34. All right, return 34. Now let me remove this. Let me remove this and let me remove this too. I do not want to pass anything now. Okay, I just want to call the function without passing anything. I'll hit run. I'll hit run and I get an error. Okay, I get an error. Now what is this 34? 34 is an integer, correct? 34 is an integer. And if you want to return a value, then you must mention to what data type the value belongs to. So this belongs to integer type, correct? So that has to be mentioned here. Okay, so void means we are not returning any value. Okay, but here we want to return an integer value, so we have to say int instead of void. Okay, so here we have mentioned void because we are not returning anything. By default we are not returning anything, and so we have mentioned void. But here in this method we are returning an integer value, and so we say int. Okay, so now I hope this is clear to you. If your method does not return any value, then you have to use void. If it returns a value, then the data type of that value must be mentioned instead of void. Okay, yes. So now let me hit run and I get hello world. I get hello world here. Okay, so let me delete this, or let it be there. I'm passing, or I'm returning this value, correct? I'm returning this value, but where does this value go? Where does this value go? We have to store this value, correct? We have to store this value somewhere, correct? So let us say int, okay? Let us say int, and let me create a variable by name a, and I'll say is equal to num and this. Okay, and here instead of printing hello world, I'll say a. Okay, so let me run it and explain what is happening here. So I'll run it and I get 34. Okay, now let me explain you what is happening. When I run the program, main method gets executed first, I'm saying int a equal to number and this. Forget about this for now. Forget about this for now. I'm calling the function. Okay, I'm calling the function. I'm not passing anything, I'm just calling the function. Function is here. So here I have one line which says return 34. That means 34 is returned to this. Okay, 34 value 34 is returned back to this calling function. Okay, calling statement. Now that 34 is stored in A. Okay, we are saying store whatever gets returned when you call the function now. 34 gets returned and so it gets stored in A, and in the next line we are printing it out. Okay, once again, this line, what does it mean? It means call the function or method num, and whatever gets returned from the method or function, store it in A, and I'm expecting the return value to be integer. Okay, I'm expecting a return value to be integer. So I'm saying int a equal to num. Okay, int a equal to num. So when 34 gets returned to num, it is stored in A and I'm printing it out here. Okay. Now, if you want to return decimal value, then you just have to say double here instead of int. And here it has to be double because we are storing in decimal value, correct? So when I hit run, I get 34.1. Okay, 34.1. All right. Yes. So I hope you have understood. Now let me tell you one more thing. Instead of writing this, okay. So instead of writing this, I'll comment it out. Instead of writing like this, you can just write this inside this. Okay. System.out.println num and this. And let me change it to 38.1. When I hit run, I get 38.1 as a result. Okay. Now the question comes in your mind. Are you printing out the method? No, it is not printing out the method. It is printing out the value that is returned after calling the method. Okay. So when I say num this, so it calls this and whatever value is returned is printed out. Okay, it is printed out. Now it is not stored in a variable, it is directly printed out. Okay. So this is one more thing which you can do. All right. Yes. So that is how you pass data to a method and return data from a method. Okay. I hope it is clear. In the next section, we will combine both passing and returning data and then write a program. Okay. All right. Now, in this section, we will combine both and create a useful program. All right. Now here I have my main method. Let me create one more method. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. And here let me name the method as add. We'll create a method or a function to add two numbers. All right. And it is necessary to name the method according to the function that it is going to perform, or in other words, this has to be meaningful. The name that you give for the method has to be meaningful. All right. Yes. So here I'm going to delete this. And here I want to return. Let me say addition of x and y. All right. I want to add x, y and return the value. All right. So now what do we need? We need x and y. So here inside I'll say int x comma int y. So we need to pass two values to this method, x and y, alright, and it has to add and send back the value to wherever the function is called. Okay, now here let me say or here inside let me modify this itself. I'll delete this and I'll say add. Okay, add, and I will pass 13 and 3. Alright, add 13 and 3. Now when I hit run, I will get an error saying I have mentioned the type as void. We use void when we do not want to return anything. Okay, but here I have mentioned we need to return, but here I have mentioned void. So these two are contradictory. So we have to change this to int, meaning the return value will be of integer data type. Okay, so x plus y will get us integer value, and that is what we will be sending back. Okay, now let me run this and I get 16. Okay, so now let us try to analyze what is happening. When the program runs, it searches for main method, which is here, not this one, main method. Okay, and inside main method I am printing out the return value of this. So before I print out the return value of this has to be executed first, correct? So 13 will be passed to x, 3 will be passed to y, and here 13 plus 3 will be done, which is 16, and 16 will be returned to this print statement. Okay, 16 will be returned to this print statement, and that is what will be printed out. Okay, now a question may come to your mind. Why do we have to go through all these steps just to print out the addition of two numbers? It is not so. We have created a method to perform simple operation. As you are a beginner, I am showing you how it works using simple calculations. Okay, in reality the syntaxes inside a method will be complicated. It will be performing many functions. All right, and also by now you must know that we can use a method. You can call a method multiple times. So if I want to, let us say, if I want to, I'll copy this. If I want to print it out by passing 16 and 1, I can do that. So when I hit run, I'll get 16 and 17. 16 is the result of this, 17 is the result of this. Okay, or I can do this too. Let me copy and paste once again, 34 and 33. So when I hit run, I get 67. Okay, so you can call the function as many times as you want by passing different values to it. Okay, and we'll also create a formula after a few minutes where you will see how this method will be helpful. Okay, now let me delete this. We can also add two numbers like this. Okay, so here I can say plus, okay, and I can say add 1 and 2. All right, I'll pass simple numbers. Okay, we can also do this. So let me run and explain you how it works. Okay, what is this error? 1 and 2, sorry, here it is comma, not plus. Yeah, run and I get 9. So what is happening is, this is printing out the return value of this and the return value of this after adding them both. Okay, so the return value of this is 3 plus 3, 6. The return value of this is 1 plus 2, 3. So this will be 6, this will be 3. So 6 plus 3 is 9, and that is what is being printed out here. Okay, so you can pass values like this and you can add them. Okay, you can add them, or you can also do something like this. So you can say add, and you can have a bracket here and run it. Okay, so here this is not plus, this is comma. Okay, you can run it and get 9. All right, so you can pass this, you can pass this and get return values, and pass those return values using this to get a value 9. Okay, so let me tell you how it works. First, this will be passed and the result value will be 6. I'm going to change it here itself, 6. This will be passed and the resulting value will be 3. Okay, so now this and this will be passed for x and y, and the resultant of this will be 9, and 9 will be printed out. Okay, so you can do that too. So let me hit Ctrl Z, and this is how you can do it. Okay, so these are the different ways how you can perform operations using a function while calling it. All right, now let me create a function to calculate area of a circle. Okay, so I'll say area circle. Okay, area circle, and here let it be double, and we need to pass. So if you do not know, the formula for calculating area of a circle is pi r square. Okay, so here I'll pass r and let it be double. Okay, and return should be pi value. So 3.14, let me take it 3.14. We have a function here to accurately take pi value, but let us not go for that. Let me directly take 3.14 and into, okay, pi into r into r. All right, so pi r square, and I'm sending double here, and I expect the result to be also double, and so the return value will also be double, and so you have to change it here too. Okay, so double. Okay, now here let me pass, let me delete this first, let me not confuse you. So here I'll say area of a circle, and inside the bracket let me pass 4. Okay, let me pass 4, and when I hit run I get 50.24 as a result. Okay, so for various radius values you can get the value of area. Okay, so you can see how simple it is to get the area of circle for different radius values. All right, if you did not have this function, then every time you need to write this here. Okay, you need to calculate this. Every time you need to type this here. Okay, so let me just copy this, and this is how your program would look like. All right, so let me copy this, and instead of r you need to type 4 and 4, and here you need to type 7 and 7, and here you need to type 9 and 9. All right, so by doing this you'll get the same result, but you can see how tedious this is. All right, and this is also not the right way of programming, and sometimes you may make a mistake too. For example, for the first two you may write the formula properly, and for the third time you may mistype this as plus. All right, and when you run the program you won't get an error. All right, so you will get 3 values, but this is wrong, and there is no possible way to find which is error other than going back and looking at it. Okay, so all these are eliminated if you have a method or a function. Okay, you can create this method, or you can create a method once and you can use it as many times as you want. All right, you can use it as many times as you want. Alright, you just have to call area of a circle and pass the radius value, as simple as that. Okay, yes, so this is how we use methods. Alright, now I want you to do an exercise. Okay, I want you to take a formula to calculate anything. Alright, maybe area of a triangle or a square or anything, and I want you to write a function to calculate area of something, or it can also be a function to convert temperature from degree to Fahrenheit. You can do that too, you can try that too. Alright, so have that here and change the necessary parameters here and execute the program. Okay, so try it out. Alright, in this section we will learn how data is stored in primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Alright, now while learning about the data types or variables, we had seen this. We know that these are the primitive data types, and these along with many others are non-primitive data types. Alright, now let us take the example of int to explain the concept of data storage. Alright, now let me go to this. Here in the main method, I'll say int a is equal to 13. Alright, int a is equal to 13. And in the next line, I'll say int b is equal to 24. Alright, now let me print a and I get 13. Let me print b and you can see that I get 24. Correct? So what is happening here is the value 13 is being stored directly in A, and here value 24 is being stored directly in B. So in primitive data types, the values are stored directly in the variables. Okay, now here I'll say let me say b is equal to 22. Alright, b is equal to 22. So now I want to print b. So when I run it, I get 22. So here I've changed the value from 24 to 22. Correct? From 24 to 22. Now let me delete this. And here let me say a. Alright, let me say a. And now when I run it, I get 13. So I stored 13 in A, and in the next line I'm saying b is equal to A. That means the value 13 will be stored directly in B, and I'm printing it out. Okay, I'm printing it out here. So now if I say b is equal to 5, when I run it, I get 5 as a result. So even though I've stored 13 in B, in the next line I'm changing it to 5 and I'm printing it out here. Alright, so this is about primitive data types. Alright, now let me take the example of array and explain how data is stored in non-primitive data types. Alright, so let me minimize this and let me create an array int x. Alright, int x is equal to, and in the bracket let me have only 3 values and 43. Alright, 43. Now if I want to print this value, I have to say x and in bracket 0. Correct? So when I hit run, you can see I get 21, and if I say 1, I get 33. So I'm using index numbers to print the elements of the array. Correct? Now here I'll say int y. So I'll create one more array, and I'll say is equal to x. Okay, I'll say is equal to x. I'm creating a new array, new variable, and I'm storing whatever is stored in x in y2. Okay, so now let me change this to y. All right, I want to see what is stored in location 1 of y. So let me hit run. Let me hit run, and you can see I get 33. And here let me say 2, and when I hit run, I get 43. All right. So now till here you have understood. I'm assuming that. Now let me do something here. Let me change the value. All right, y of 2. Okay, I want to change the value which is in third position to 51. Okay, 51. So I have 43. I have 43 stored in y2, which I want to change to 51. 51. Okay. So now see, y of 2 should get me 51 when I hit run. So let us see if I get 51. Yes, 51. So I've changed the value of 43 in y array from 43 to 51. Okay. So I created an x array, stored 3 values, 3 elements. Then I said y is equal to x, and so the same values get stored here too. And now I have changed the value 43 to 51. Okay. Now here is the interesting part. Let me delete this. Let me delete this, or let it be there. Let it be there. I will say x here. I will say x here. Okay, I will say x here, and when I hit run, you can see that I get 51. All right. I was supposed to get 43, correct? Because I'm printing the value which is in second position. Okay, in the second index number position of x array. Even then, I'm getting 51. Correct? I was supposed to get 43, but I'm getting 51. That is because in non-primitive data types, the values are not directly stored in variables. Okay? So what happens here is something like this. Okay? So this doesn't get stored directly in the variable. Okay, in the array x. So this would be, x would be storing something like 0x73424x, okay, and b something value. All right. Now what this is the location where this is stored. Okay. Now this is the address where the array is stored. This is the memory location where this array is stored. Okay, and this memory location is what gets stored in x and not these values directly. Okay, now when I say int y is equal to x, what is getting stored in y is the memory location of x. Okay, so this is getting stored here in y. So now both y and x are pointing to this memory location where these values are stored. So now when I change the value of a variable or element of y, it is this which is getting changed, the value that is stored in x array. Okay, because both y and x are pointing to a location where these values are stored. So if I change this, this is what is getting changed. Okay, it is not that y is getting changed, it is x which is getting changed. All right. So now let me do it one more time. I'll say y of 0. All right. I want y of 0 to be 2. Okay. I want y of 0 to be 2, and I will print the x of 0. Okay, I will print the x of 0, and you can see I get 2 as a result. This is because even though I am changing the value of y, the value of x is getting changed because both x and y point to the same location, which is this. And in here is this array which is stored. Okay, so this is how data is stored in non-primitive data types. Okay, now let me delete this. Let me delete this and let it be there. Let this be there. So int x equal to this, int y equal to this. Now I will change this. Okay, I will modify this. I will say new int, and in the bracket I'll say 3. Alright, I'm creating an array with 3 zeros. So you know how to create this too, correct? We have learnt this. So now let me print out y of 0, which should get us 0. Y of 1 is 0 and y of 2 is 0. So I've created an array y which has 3 zeros. Alright. So now let me say x is equal to y. Alright. X is equal to y. So now let me print y of 2. It is 0. Let me print x of 2. And it is also 0. Okay. So now what has happened is I've created an array, alright, of 3 elements which is stored in this location. This is a random number that I pulled, but the memory location looks something like this. Okay. So which is stored here. These 3 values are there. And next I've created a new array, blank array, which has 3 elements which are all 0. And in the next line I'm saying x is equal to y. X is equal to y. So now in x, the 3 zeros are stored and not this. Okay. So after this line, after executing this line, we cannot get these values. There is no possibility to get these values. These are just stored in the memory, but we cannot use it. Alright, we cannot use it. But the thing about Java is there is something called as garbage collector. Alright, and these are garbage. Alright, these are garbage values. What the garbage collector does is it scans for the memory which is not used. Alright, which is not used, and it deletes them. Alright, so we have garbage collector in Java. In other programs we have to manually do the work, but in Java we have Java garbage collector which searches for memories which are not used or accessible, and it deletes it. Alright, so after this line, after we execute this line, we cannot get these values. Alright, so all we have is a blank array. So x is blank, y is also blank, and you can add you can add numbers to it. Alright, apart from that, this is of no use. Okay, so this is how data is stored. Data is stored in primitive and non-primitive data types. So in primitive data types, values are stored directly. Values are stored directly. Here it is referred, or it uses reference of a memory location. Okay, and in memory location is the data that we store. So multiple variables point to same location. Okay, so I hope you have understood this topic. I want you to go ahead and practice it. Alright, so yes, we are at the end of this series, Java for Absolute Beginners. I hope you have understood all the topics in this series. These are the next steps that you need to take so that you become good in Java programming. Alright? You have to practice the basics. You have to practice and practice again. Alright? It is not enough if you watch the video once and practice it once. You have to keep on practicing till you have become well versed with the basics. Okay? Now, what you have to do is you have to watch other Java videos on YouTube. Okay, so there are various videos done by other creators on YouTube. I want you to watch those too, because my method of teaching will be different and others' way of teaching will be different, and the topics that others teach will be somewhat different or will be extra than what I have taught you. Alright, so you have to watch them so that once again all the basics is taught and different examples are taken to explain you the concept. And once you watch multiple videos by multiple creators, you will become very good at Java. Okay, and to use the concepts that you have learned, you have to do some projects. Okay, if you just go to YouTube or Google and search for some Java projects, you will get a lot of results. Just start with a very small project and go up the ladder. And once you follow these 3 steps, I am sure that you will crack any interview on Java. Alright? So that's it for this series. I'll see you in the next series, a different series. Till then, take care and thank you for watching.